I know you're waiting for the weekend. Both ignore it. I know it's important. We should make the gardens. I know you're waiting for the weekend. Both ignore it. I know it's important. We should make the gardens. Okay, that must be jelly, cause you don't shake like that. I'm tryna ruin your life, sweetie, no cap, that's facts. I'ma tell you the truth, you the living proof. I'm talking to 7 like she from heaven, intangible. Dog, she got that type of vibe that'll make you wanna cry. Put your pride to the side, cause your feelings hard to hide. Blessing like you hella shy, she gon' understand, cause you nothing like them other guys. This type of feeling is hard to find, it'll kill you if you even try. But luckily Cupid shot me at the right time. I just wanna protect you, never neglect you. And ain't no need to make you mine, cause I already had you before I even met you. It's like, damn. Fuck Casanova, Umbrella, Romeo and Juliet. They knock us down, but we get up. You my lady at Macbeth. I taught you how not to give her. The 12th night was a thriller. Othello could never get us. See? I know you're waiting for the weekend. Both ignore it. I know it's important. We should make the gardens. I know you're waiting for the weekend. Both ignore it. I know it's important. We should make the gardens. I know you're waiting for the weekend. Both ignore it. I know it's important. We should make the gardens. I know you're waiting for the weekend. Both ignore it. I know it's important. We should make the gardens. Okay, that must be jelly, cause you don't shake like that. I'm tryna ruin your life, sweetie, no cap, that's facts. I'ma tell you the truth, you the living proof. I'm talking to 7 like she from heaven, intangible. Dog, she got that type of vibe that'll make you wanna cry. Put your pride to the side, cause your feelings hard to hide. Blessing like you hella shy, she gon' understand, cause you nothing like them other guys. This type of feeling is hard to find, it'll kill you if you even try. But luckily Cupid shot me at the right time. I just wanna protect you, never neglect you. And ain't no need to make you mine, cause I already had you before I even met you. It's like, damn. Fuck Casanova, Umbrella, Romeo and Juliet. They knock us down, but we get up. You my lady at Macbeth. I taught you how not to give her. The 12th night was a thriller. Othello could never get us. See? I know you're waiting for the weekend. Both ignore it. I know it's important. We should make the gardens. I know you're waiting for the weekend. Both ignore it. I know it's important. We should make the gardens.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Jackie, baby. Hey, how you doing? NJB in the place to be. I still ain't forget about you. Hey, Shy, right? Good morning. Yes, I'm on early because I ain't finished with them setup sisters. We're gonna finish with them setup sisters later. The setup sisters. Ha ha. Hey, Coffee, what's up, baby? Yeah, they back in town, girl. Why they back in town? Why they all got to speak? No. Huh? I'm I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just saying. We're gonna find out together. We gonna find out what they got to say together. This rain's been so bad. And then after the rain, it had the audacity. Now you better catch up on this one, Coffee. I'm gonna put you in the closet. Don't go in the closet. You better catch up on this one and maybe another favorite one. But don't go in the closet. Even though Nick got the closet all hooked up and stuff. She got the closet all hooked up and ish. But you gonna go right in the closet. I'm telling you, y'all hear my voice is terrible. Everything hurt. It went from raining for 8 days straight to getting flooded out to it's super hot the next goddamn day, right? Oh gosh. Everybody out here, I'm telling you, this weather's crazy. Everything is crazy, crazy, and crazy. 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 I'm telling you. Now we're gonna start this off. I don't know where are we starting from, but I'm glad she's back. I really missed her. I really missed her. Let me see. Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm glad she's back. I missed her. This is my girl Lagos. I haven't seen Lagos in a while. So we're gonna hear what Mr. True got to say. But please check her out. Logos, as you see, ASE. Don't forget the first video. The song in the beginning of the video is by my girl Chrissy with a K, Chrissy Wayward. She also has her music out on all streaming platforms. She has a YouTube channel, and she also has, I hate to say that word, Instagram. All right. So we're gonna be here for a little bit. We're gonna be here for a little bit. Cause let's see what Mr. Duxon has to say. As we see, this is Lagos. I'm glad to see her back. Very cool person. And then it's another one with them. Girl, they on back on Bigo. And why they rolling with keys? Well, I don't know yet, but we're gonna find out together. Right? So let's do this.
Episode on this series called Explained, and they have an episode called Cults. They also have an episode called Brainwashing. Like, if y'all want to check those, if y'all want to get an introduction into cults,
No, not us, y'all. We knew this already, but who didn't know? It's good to do. Let's go.
and the dynamics of it, Netflix has done a really good job of putting it together and making it very entertaining and easy to understand for people to watch, because it's a lot, man. It's not as simple as you would perceive it to
Oh
be
God.
from the outside looking in. And even being there, there's a level of processing and understanding that has been ongoing. I've been gone for a year, and there's still things that I'm learning about the situation that I didn't know at the time and when I first left.
I need y'all pressing charges. Did they mention that?
Said we need real folks back on this app again. Man, I just don't want to get on here and try to act up like I personally don't like trying to act like I'm a gangster, because I'm not. Like, I just don't want to get on here and try to be something I'm not. Like, I personally don't spend a lot of time talking about people off of the phone. So I don't want to get on here and try to use that as a way to like get people to watch. Like, I don't. You say you followed Warren Jeff for a long time. Warren Jeff, crazy, man. His story crazy. You say I appreciate you, Flo Child. I don't like I had to accept, because when I first left, I really wanted to not look at it, not think about it, and hope that it would go away over time if I don't pay attention to it and look at it and just get pushed back into the corners of the internet some way. But what I realized is that, just like being in the military, this is going to be with me for the rest of my life. Like, you can leave, but it will always stay with you. Everybody in here has experiences that will stay with them for the rest of their life.
Exactly.
And it's not about ignoring that or suppressing it. It's about taking it and turning it into something. Eric Thomas said that he took homelessness and turned it into a book. Oprah Winfrey has a story, and she turned it into She turned it into being a TV host. Like you take what you've been through and you turn it into something. So I'm not gonna act like this is something that I just need to ignore and hope that it go away. Appreciate that, Flow Trial. Yeah, like I mean, there's plenty of like another thing that helped me was soft white underbelly. Like, bro, it's so many people on soft white underbelly. I'm like, dog, you're like that. It's some crazy stories out there, and I'm like, but no matter how crazy your story is, and no matter how low you've been, if you are alive, there is potential for you to take what you went through, use it, and actually become a better person because of it. I don't know if y'all know who Chef
Wow.
Babette is. She's
Mm-hmm.
like 70
Yeah.
years old and she's like a vegan chef, but she used to be on drugs. And so even though she was on drugs, it didn't define her. Like, I like the statement that failure isn't final. Failure isn't final. And the things we go through, they really do either make you or break you. So oh, that inbreeding thing was scary, but I'll tell you that was one of the that it took me a couple of times to click on that video because that thumbnail was scary.
Mm-hmm.
That was the scariest thumbnail I ever
Hey,
seen on
young man.
YouTube. But when I watched it, I was like,
Wow.
oh, they don't look like they crazy. They just, their genetics is off. Yeah, their genetics was off. I was like, but the dude looked like he was just nice. Dude actually looked like they was pretty nice. It looked like they was pretty cool. But I just ain't never seen nothing like that, and I ain't never known nothing like that existed. I mean, you hear about it, but to see it in real time is like, oh snap, that's crazy. Yeah, that thumbnail was crazy. I clicked on it and finally watched it. It's not as bad as it looks. The Whitakers is something else, boy. The Whitakers is something else, boy.
Hey,
Yeah, they look like they cool people, so I was like, they cool. And I also felt like another thing. I felt like it took me a while to like be normal again because I felt like I had this stamp on my head. Like I felt like I had this neon sign on my head that said, "Ain't you that dude from Carbonation?" Like I swear, everywhere I went,
uh-huh.
I felt like people gonna
Uh-huh.
be like, "Hey,
Well, you are.
hey."
You are.
Yo, I couldn't go nowhere, bro. I couldn't go nowhere, bro. I was like, I couldn't go to Walmart. I'm talking, I got all these tattoos, and I'm like, bro, I'm a walking target, bro. But I realized not that many people know about us as I was led to believe. Like the whole world isn't watching us. And when I came back into the
I
regular
tell you.
world, I'm like, oh, it's a lot of stuff going on. Like it's a lot of stuff going on in the world. And
Mm-hmm.
even if you have Instagram and the internet, you can't capture it all. So there's a select group of people who even know that carbonation exists. It's not a worldwide phenomenon like
Uh-huh.
I thought it was. And
Duh.
there's people that come and find it and then they drop it and they move on to something else. So, but in my mind, I felt like, boy, a sign strapped to my head with a clickable buckle that said, "Ain't you that dude?" Yo, and this dude, this I called DoorDash one time, and this dude was like, "Hey, don't I know you?" I was like, "Oh damn, I'm caught. They got me. Paparazzi got me." He said, "Ain't you a rapper?" He was like, "You a rapper? You look like this rapper on
I
YouTube."
know you
I
do.
was like, "Oh, okay." He
No, you
probably thought I
do.
was ludicrous or something. He thought I was ludicrous.
No, he did not.
But I'm telling you, boy, it took me a minute, bro, to be like, "Oh man, don't nobody really know about this like that, bro." Bro, I'm glad I came out of that mind frame too, man. And I want y'all to, I really want y'all to
He
watch how to
is.
just
He
start with how
is.
to be a
He
cult leader,
is
bro.
a corporate.
It's 6 episodes, but I think y'all will like it, bro. Yeah, but I thought I was ludicrous.
No, he didn't dig that. Luda. Mm-mm.
Yeah, that boy, I know, ain't you? But what you ain't you a rapper on YouTube?
This the side of him I like, actually.
Oh, okay. I thought you
This
were.
the side we all like of him.
You said, "Oh, dang, that's crazy." The braid goddess. Speaking of braid goddess, I had. Oh, you talking about you braid? You ain't the cornrow goddess. You the braid goddess. They're two different things. That's crazy. You know, Porsche. And another thing I wanted to get people to understand is that, as crazy as it sounds,
What?
Aya and Porsche is not the same person.
They are.
Zoka and Jayon are not the same person.
They
Efra
are.
and Kayla, Tanisha and Malia, they're not the same person. These identities that they're trying to uphold are an illusion that exists in the echo chamber of the world that they've come to know as the truth. But eventually, over time, Porsche will resurface. Kayla will resurface. They're not destroyed, they're just pushed to the back. Tanisha will resurface again. So sometimes we want to take our energy that we receive from them in that state of mind and give it back to them. But you got to understand that I know it sounds crazy, but they're literally brainwashed, bro. It's real. Like, I know that don't seem like something that only happened on the movie, but brainwashing is real. And when you understand the psychological dynamics of it, you can understand how it can happen to anybody in the right circumstances. Brainwash.
Let me just say, sorry, replay gang. Don't get me later, replay gang. Much respect to you, replay gang. I just be reading their comments and I forget. So, I have to conversate with the chat. But I do know that I'm talking while they're talking and you guys cannot hear me. And you tell me this more than enough. I'm sorry, replay gang. But yeah, so I'm gonna pause it. Pokemon. Okay, coffee. Because I be reading it and I be forgetting, it's recorded. And I just be chatting with y'all. Because I thinking everybody in the chat. But then the replay gang remind me to, hello, we're watching the show. You talking all through it. My bad. My bad. Oh, I'm glad I stopped. Can we get these likes up? Can we at least hit 5 likes? Can we at least hit 5 more likes? Jackie has spoken. We up early this morning, and we probably gonna come back on later today. Let's get these likes up. Let's get these likes up. Let me know when they go up 5, Jackie. When they go up 5, let me know. My voice so hoarse. And don't forget, if you guys would like to support the channel, support the channel. See, I'm doing commentary now. Now I can ask to support the channel. Would like to support the channel? Support the channel. Did we get the 5 likes so we can continue? Did we get it, Jack? Are we up to 20 likes yet? Are we up to 20 likes? Let me know, Jack. All right, my baby. Thank you kindly. And, if you're watching the replay gang, at this point, if you forgot to hit that like too. We're going to see, not who did it, but we'll see the likes go up. Let's go.
Can happen to anybody. You know what I'm saying? I know we like to think that we're exclusive and don't possess these type of vulnerabilities, but it's a lot. As much as y'all have seen online, I promise y'all, there's stuff y'all didn't see that was never recorded that would change your perspective on why they're still there and why people stay so long.
Tell us.
And it'll be a great day. Like, I'm waiting for it, man. If y'all watching this, man, y'all reach out to me or Kendra, man, because I know how it is. Like, I know how it is. When you leave a cult, you feel like you an alien. First of all, who in the world is even gonna believe that you was in a cult? And 2, who in the world want to be around somebody that was in a cult? So you gonna feel crazy. But y'all know that out of anybody there, the people who know what you went through and you ain't.
I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for all the inspiration. that you send me, Jack. It's just that sometimes my phone, I gotta get a new phone, but sometimes it won't let me. Sometimes it'll let me write back, and sometimes it don't. But I just wanted to know in public, I appreciate you. I pray for you. I pray for your family, and thank you for the daily affirmations and stuff like that. I appreciate you. Coffee, my y'all know I love my coffee. That's my that's my co-host on the other stuff. That's my co-host. I love me some coffee, boy. Coffee. When I'm telling you, when I get down there, I'm telling you, we're gonna check out them damn the setup sisters. We're gonna set yeah them two. We got the three setup sisters. So you just make sure you got the Batmobile ready when I get down there, girl. You're not coming to Brooklyn, so it's gonna be the ski mask way, right? At that, I get by the ski mask way. All right, let's get back to this because I'm like, wow. It's like I'm glad that I got a little time because all this stuff coming out of nowhere, like get hacked out of nowhere, they back out of nowhere, all this shit going on. I'm like, whoa, what? This too much. This too much. But we shall carry on. Oh, Jack says 6 more likes. Y'all don't want no problems.
Ain't gotta you ain't gotta question whether or not we gonna believe y'all because you know we believe y'all because we seen it. We was there. So whenever y'all get to the now, I ain't saying we gonna buy y'all ticket or nothing because y'all ain't about to mess around and take no money out of our pocket, fly home and be flying right back the next day. We ain't saying that. But if y'all need somebody to talk to about what happened, I'm sure that me and Kendra will be here to assist y'all, and we love to hear y'all story. Like I said it, y'all leaving is gonna be y'all story is gonna be some powerful stories. It's gonna be some very interesting stories, man. And I look forward to it. I thought y'all would have left by now, but you know, everybody comes to the conclusion leaving a cult is it's a one-man job. It's a one-man show. So yeah, it's gonna be some good stories, man. And the thing about it is, here's the crazy thing about leaving a cult. You never know how somebody's gonna respond.
Don't forget to tell Tabitha.
That's why it's kind of mean to condemn somebody who went through something because they're not acting the way you think they should act. Nobody responds to trauma in identical ways. So there's people who leave cults and they commit suicide. There's people who leave cults and they get on drugs. There's some people who leave cults and they go into hiding. They never see them again.
That is true.
But I hope for them that they feel the need as much as I do to continue to talk about the story. I've ran into a lot of people online, not in person, but watching cult documentaries. I see that there's people who are talking. There was a lady, she was talking about, she was in People's Temple. She talks about Jim Jones. There's people that talked about, I don't know if y'all ever heard of Nexium before. Who else? There was a guy who was in the Moonies in the 70s. He's still talking about it.
Go back to the one in the 30s.
Yo, what is it, Bougie Virgo? Man, I don't think people understand how hard it is to leave a cult, man. It's hard, boy. Yeah. It's hard, bro.
That's true.
Because you're dealing with all of this momentum into something you believed in.
That is true.
And you've been humiliated privately, but in the public. So, like, what I like to say is that for the people who are still there, in their mind, he has to be the Messiah because the alternative is almost unbearable. The alternative, if he's not the Messiah, he's a regular dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
And you've been exploited.
Yeah.
In more ways than one.
Yeah.
Online.
Yep.
For some type of sick game that he wanted to display in real life. That's the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
The alternative is you was wrong. You was embarrassed,
Yeah.
humiliated.
But they wanted that nappy. They wanted that
That's the
that
alternative. So he
broccoli.
better be the Messiah.
They
Because if he's
wanted that
not, you just
broccoli.
made a fool of yourself for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they go extra hard. When we was going online, we wasn't talking to y'all. We were trying to convince ourselves that what we were doing was the right thing because the alternative that y'all were suggesting, that was too unbearable. So in order for me to keep doing what I was doing, I needed to block out what y'all was saying with these thought-stopping cliches as they're known. Appreciate that. That was some big stuff. That was flying everywhere. It had sparkles on it. I don't even know what it was, but thank you for that. Thank you. So talking hours and hours upon hours was not for y'all. It was to convince us that what we was doing was the right thing to do because the alternative was you're an idiot. At least that's how you can feel. Appreciate that, QT. At least that's how you can feel. Leaving a cult, there's a lot of guilt, there's a lot of shame, there's a lot of embarrassment involved. And to not face that embarrassment, the mind will continue to believe in these thought-provoking cliches, these thought-stopping cliches. Yeah, I'm hosting Pretty Black. I'm hosting. Like Tyrese said, I'm hosting.
We're gonna get to that. Buckle up.
Appreciate that, QT. And bro, listen, let me tell y'all something. When I first left, my plan was to go to like the Philippines where I know nobody knew me and never be seen or heard from again, bro. I swear, bro, I was about to take my passport and go to Budapest and go bald head and be a monk, never to be seen again, bro. That's how heavy the embarrassment and the humiliation was,
Yeah,
bro.
okay.
Appreciate
That's
that,
true. That's true.
Pretty Black.
That's true.
Bro, I was about to go to Tibet.
I can't well.
Boy, I
I
was about to
can't
go to
well. I
Kazakhstan,
swear.
boy.
I can't with you.
I know, Andre. Listen, man,
I
if it wasn't
can't
for
with you,
Kendra and
dog.
John, bro, I would have went to goddamn, I would have went to Turkey.
I can't
Never
well.
to
I'm
be
sorry.
seen or heard from
I
again,
can't
bro.
well.
I swear, bro. I was like,
You got a little
man, I'm
afro.
going to Qatar. I'm out of here, bro. I'm going somewhere where I know they don't know about this. I'm going to North Korea, boy. Forget this, man.
You stupid. I
I'm
can't
telling
well.
you, bro. I'm like, how do I come back after 4 years and get people to understand? I'm like, bro,
Tell
brainwashing, bro.
that.
That's what you
Make
gonna
sure
tell
you
people.
tell that to the court
You
now.
gonna tell people you was brainwashed, but ain't nobody going for that. Uh, but I was like, I can't leave John, bro. I can't leave him. I can't leave John and Kendra, bro. I can't, bro. Can't, bro. I can't, man. Like, how do you explain what happened to your father? Like, I don't know. Like, nah, I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving them, bro. Nah, we straight. If it wasn't for them, bro, I don't know. I don't know. But they was a large contributing factor for me to not disappear into thin air. And I wasn't even gonna talk about it. I wasn't gonna talk about it, but I watched them people on them documentaries. I was like, are you only following certain people? If not, follow back. Yeah, I follow you, Black, Pretty Black. Yeah, those start networking. Man, Jog, man, my boy, as soon as he wake up, he talking. He don't stop talking
Mm-hmm.
until he go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Or when he watching the movie
That's a kid
or
for you.
playing the game
That's a
or
kid.
doing his classwork. My boy be, and I'm like, bro, as a parent, like it would be such a failure on my part to inhibit his expression because this translates to something when he gets older. Like, I don't think sometimes
All
we
kids
realize
do it.
that if you shut a child down and show them that they can't talk to
Mm-hmm.
you, when they grow
And
up, they're
they
not going to
don't
talk
stop.
to you. Like, how in the world are you going to
You
tell
ain't
them to
stop
shut up,
talking.
sit down, you getting on my nerves, stop talking so much. Be quiet.
They kids. They never stop talking. Never, including when they get grown. That's why you still talking. It's part of life. Now, I hear this, but I need to know what y'all life is done. But if he get out, he's going to do the same thing over again. I need to know what's the end game. I like all of this talk because rather however you guys may want to put it, this needs to be talked about because there are other people that's intrigued by all these fake spiritual people, all these fake come join me, and all these fake. And this is this is on their level. This is their age bracket on their level. So maybe they could help somebody in a younger age bracket, but it doesn't take away if they are going to pursue anything to help keep him where he at, if all of this has happened.
All throughout their childhood, and then when they're 20, you be like, why you just didn't come talk to me? Nigga, all I ever seen was I can't talk to you. Like, what you think I'm gonna have you on my priority list as people I can come and talk to when you never made that a thing when I was growing up? Like, come on, that's crazy. So I let him talk. 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 I let him talk. Talk. Not gonna shut you down because that translates to a distance in our relationship when you get older. And I ain't having that. I ain't having that. I'm not gonna put my child in a position where they can't come and talk to me because them coming to talk to me could prevent them from doing a lot of things that I did because I felt like I didn't have nobody to talk to. Am I gonna be the perfect parent? No, impossible. I don't even set myself up I don't even set perfection as a standard. But I'm gonna do my best though. I'm gonna do my best though. Boy, he good. As far as I can see, he good. Yeah, I'm hosting. I'm hosting. Every time somebody asks me that, that's the first thing that popped in my mind. Tyrese saying I'm hosting. Yeah, I'm hosting. Shout out to Keys, man. I don't know what other people be talking about, bro, but Keys is the only agency I've ever been in, and I literally have no complaints. Appreciate that, Amanda, please. Just like reviews. Like, you ever seen a review on a product that you use all the time and somebody had a bad experience? You like, somebody talk about, you ever seen some clothes and the review, somebody talking about the shirt came too small. Is the shirt too small or was you too big? People be buying stuff, talking about, I remember I bought a pull-up bar and somebody said it was hard, the instructions were hard to read. And when I got it, I was like, oh, that you can't read. It wasn't the instructions because I'm like, this thing is literally 3 steps. I'm like, you just can't read. Don't trust the review. Don't always trust reviews. Days later, my grandfather died, October 1st. Coincidence? I don't know. But September 27th, October 1st are like the new relevant days in my life because of that. But it's not like a sad time. It's like, I just realized like life too short to be playing around with stuff you don't really, that's really not a priority for you. Just maybe prioritize stuff. Like, it's hard for me now to have a bad day having went through certain things. It's like regular stuff is like, it brings me joy. Like regular stuff, like being able to go to sleep and wake up when I want to. Being able to talk about what I want to talk about, when I want to talk about it, how I want to talk about it. And even just the fact that Georgia, being in the South, it's pretty warm in October. I know some people are like, it's cold. It's already starting to get cold. Not over here. I can go outside and run. It's good. You say I look healthier now that I aren't there. Yeah, I will. Yeah. Yeah, appreciate it. I think most people will. I think most people will. It doesn't even have anything to do with what you're eating or what you're drinking or what you're listening to. It's all about the fact that it just wasn't a good environment, plain and simple. You say you in Brunswick. Oh, I'm in Perry. You say if I write, I did write a book. It's called Greatness is a Habit. It's on Apple. Um, it's on Apple Books only because everybody else's platform, it was like it wasn't good. Me personally, I have Apple products. I have an iPhone. I have a MacBook, and I own stock in Apple. And my book is on Apple Books because I think that Apple is a great company. I really do. I think it's a good company. But it's called Greatness is a Habit. It's only 99 cents. I ain't trying to hit people in the head. It's short too. It only take you like 30 minutes to read the whole thing. Yeah, I'm glad I made it through too. Dandelion.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. I just wanted to ask, how is Jaumi doing? I know I'm a little late, but how is he and how old is he now?
Oh, he's doing good. He is four, turn five in May.
Oh my goodness. So he's probably talking a lot and whatnot. Oh, he's so cute. Oh my goodness. He's like your little twin.
Yeah,
I'm just so happy for you. I'm so happy for Kendra. I'm just so happy for you guys. I don't know what else to say, but it's just such an amazing story. And I'm gonna purchase your book. But
oh,
I just think it's so beautiful how you're able to overcome all of that and share your story, you know?
yeah. No, I like. I didn't realize until after I left that this story has been repeated over and over again throughout history. There's cults that are in the Mexican community, the Asian community, the Indian community. But what I think is unique about our story is that it was online, which most cults like to operate privately. And it was a lot of
Mhm.
black folks, which you don't typically see. And so I
Right.
think that we just join the list of other people who have been in cults um, and decide to leave. And like, I have hope that the other women will leave because I feel like I was one of the most brainwashed people there. But I'm also ready for them not to leave because each person in the cult, their ability to leave is different. So I hope they leave though. I hope so. But
Yeah. But the fact that you were able to overcome all of that and still be, mentally sane and sound and to be able to get out and still live your life, with Kendra, with your baby. A lot of people leave situations like this and they're just very screwed up, you
yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah. I seen the one documentary I just watched yesterday.
And you were in so deep, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, this documentary I watched yesterday was about this Mexican mega church called La Muda.
Oh,
It's on Netflix, and one of the ladies she did the documentary, but she killed herself before the documentary was
oh,
released. And like at the end of the documentary, it shows like her ex-husband standing in front of her grave, and I'm like, wait, man, she was just talking on the documentary. Like, did she die? But she ended up committing suicide. Like after all those years of trying to figure out what happened to her, and so like you said, the response is different. Like I've seen this girl, she was with what's that dude name? His name is don't get me wrong, I think his name is David Berg. He was with the children, he was the leader of the Children of God, and he was actually her
yeah.
grandfather. And once she left the cult, she ended up being on drugs, and she just couldn't stop doing drugs, and it ended up being the cause of her death. But the people who survived her every year, they get together, the former cult members, they have a
Oh.
memorial on her behalf because she was one of the first people to speak out against the cult leader at that time. So
Yeah, I feel like, and I could be wrong because I've never been in a cult, but like, I think going into a cult, I think people go there to find some sort of like a healing or to fix their problems. And then they leave that and they go from one extreme to the next, you know? And it's like no healing or no trying to figure out, what is really going on with them internally. It's just they're jumping from one extreme to the next. But for you, it's like, you got out, you disappeared a little bit, you healed and you were able to kind of get yourself together and then you were like, listen, this is my story, feel like a lot of people don't heal from what they've gone through. They just they attach themselves to something else, you know?
Well, I'll say this, and it's not against you. It's just
And it's not everyone, but yeah.
no. What I was saying was it's not against you. It's just
Yeah.
I think that everybody is in a position to be ignorant to something. Not to say you're ignorant, just unaware of something. But as it pertains to cults, people don't join cults. What they do is they join groups that they feel like is going to satisfy some need that they need satisfied, or they're joining a group that they feel like is in alignment with their personal values, just like a gang, exactly, the cottage. And
Like an empty void of some sort. Okay.
yeah, and I
Feel
think that
that. And
not even necessarily a void, but I think that
okay.
we don't give credit to the human being and it's just regular needs. Like belonging is a need. Like it's not even
Mm,
it's not like the idea that you're solo dolo, it's an illusion. Every human being wants to feel a part of something. So me personally, I feel like having just got out of the military, I was looking for another group or organization to belong to. And I felt like from what was advertised, that this group would fit that, not realizing that there was a lot of things I failed to research, and there was a lot of things I
yeah.
didn't know was going on behind the scenes that were not put on camera the way that it was obviously put on camera in Atlanta.
Well, thanks for clarifying that for me. I guess I was a little ignorant. I just assumed like everybody was joining these. I guess in your eyes or your view, you said that no one really joins it thinking it's a cult.
No,
I always
because
just thought they wanted. Yeah, go ahead.
no, because me and Kendra, we thought about this question. We was like, if they knew that if the women who are still there knew they were gonna get beat and sexually exploited online, would they have joined? And it's logical to assume and conclude that the answer would be no. What they thought they were joining was what was being advertised, a family that,
Right.
was believing in nature and living in peaceful environments and things like that. If they knew that what we were going to be doing in Atlanta was to be the outcome, I don't think they would be so eager to join.
You have a point. That's true. Yeah. I don't know. My heart, I mean, I know you probably don't want to speak on it, but I just hope that, the girls wake up eventually, but it's not for me to decide. It's for them. It's their journey and hopefully one day they do.
Yeah, yeah, I hope so
Yeah.
too. I don't know how long it's going to take, but when it does, when and if it does happen, it'll be a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. But it's really good to see you on here and please say hello to Kendra for us and baby Jaumi. Oh my goodness. And yeah, continue living your life and yeah, I just wanted to say hello. That's it.
Okay,
But
thank you,
yeah,
Dan. Thank you for coming up.
you're welcome.
All
You're
right,
welcome.
Flow Child, dropping them beans. You say I know Aya's family was hard to watch, man. See, that like when I first like the first social media engagement I had when I first left the cult. Appreciate that, Schmitty. What is that? Like that's the Statue of Liberty thing. I thought it was the pimp cup. One of the first engagements I had when I first left the cult was with the T. And what I was trying to get people to understand is that there's so many ways of looking at this. You have the people who are there, you have the people who are just watching it, and then you have the people who are watching it, but they have people who they know that are there. And so it's so many different angles, and I never expect people to view it the way I do because I have a unique perspective that other people won't see. And I relate it to like being a woman. Like I'll never know what it's like to be a woman. Like I can read as many books as I want, I can listen to many interviews as I want, but I'll never know what it's like to have kids, to be a woman, all this stuff. So that perspective in life, it's unattainable for me. And so for people on the outside looking in, it's unattainable for you to fully understand what it's like to be in that environment. And so I expect for it to be easy for people to just write it off as, you wasn't saying that when you was there. You knew what you was doing. It's easy for you to say that. And I don't expect you to necessarily think anything else or want anything else. And that's okay. Regardless of the evidence that's presented, people still reserve the right to think whatever they want to think. So it is what it is. But I will not, and that's why I admire Martin Luther King and Malcolm X so much, is because Martin Luther King didn't allow dogs or water hoses to stop him from doing what he felt compelled to do. And so I won't let what people think stop me from saying what I have come to understand as true for me. And, different cult members different former cult members, they may have different perspectives about what was happening, because there are certain things that I seen that other people didn't see. There's certain things that other people seen that I didn't see. So this story, if you were to get everybody's perspective, it could be huge. Like, it could be huge. Like, it's so much, man. I can only imagine how much I didn't see or how much I didn't hear. So that's a tough question. What made me believe he was who he proclaimed to be? I ain't even about to come up with no fan. Like, if I don't know, I don't know. Like, I really don't fully know. I really don't. Not even about to sit up here and act like I got it all figured out, because I don't. Like, I don't fully have a solid answer. I don't keep in contact with the other members because it's scary for me, because I don't I thought the cult leader was one way, and only later to find out that he was something else. And so I don't want that to happen with the people who I was in the cult with. So like I said, one of the things I said when I first left was that I think that we all need to disperse and get ourselves together, and then maybe we can reestablish contact. But what I needed to do was I needed to disconnect myself from any and everything that even smelt like carbonation. If it smelt like it, if it looked like it, I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Because I need that distance, because it was the closeness and the repetitiveness that got me in this mindset in the first place. So in order to let go of this mind state, I need to be away from everything that's even remotely close to it. But I don't think that they're bad people, but I don't know. I thought that about the cult leader. So I was wrong. But I just think that if we did have a discussion, it would be best to have it from a distance. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I don't feel like I want it right now. It could change, but me personally right now, I don't want to have a reunion, because I don't know where you at mentally, because I know how hard this is. I know how hard this is to adjust after the experience. So I don't know what level you're on, because me and Kendra, we didn't play. Like, we have a book called Combating Cult Mind Control, written by Steve Hassan, who was a former member of the Moonies in the 70s. And this guy was in a cult in the 70s, and he's still talking about cults in 2023. So the amount of work it takes, it could potentially be a lifelong journey. And so I don't want to involve myself with people who don't take this as seriously as we do. Like, this ain't no game to us. Like, it looks like a game on the outside looking in, but it's not no game. Like, y'all see Amar died. He's dead. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying the cult leader or the cult had anything to do with it. I'm just saying that these are real people's lives. you can easily reduce somebody to an internet character because of the disconnection, but that was a real person who is now no longer living. So I'm not playing. Like, I'm not playing with this. You can turn this off and go back and live your life. I can't. I will. This will forever be something that's a part of my life. Like, I can't stop being in the military. Like, even though I'm out of the military, I will never fully be out of the military because it's a part of my life. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a big deal to me. It's a big deal. Appreciate that, Sweets. What's going on? Start random PK. No, I'd rather not. Do I think the cult leader is going to get out? I don't know, bro. I really don't know. And I will say, I'm glad you asked that question, because I've been on it. I've been checking. At one point, I would check it every day more than one time a day. I ain't want to miss no paperwork put in. I want to be there. I want to know. I don't want to hear it from third party or nothing. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not even going to sit up here and like I'm a legal expert. I don't know what's going to happen. But my thing about it is, it's funny because the funny thing about all of this is that I know their script better than they do. So it's like, it's funny because I know what they're talking about better than they do. And so it's like, according to the same teachings that we were talking about, if you're in jail, it's because you did it to yourself. So it's like, what's the point of trying to get donations and talk about malicious prosecution when the same knowledge that you teach confirms that everybody who is in jail because they did it or because of some type of residual karma that happened to them in a past life? You said that. We didn't say that. You said that. And so now that it's happening to you, you're trying to act like you didn't say that or that it doesn't apply. Like, me and Kendra came up with this thought that it would be funny for me and her to debate them in their own knowledge because we know it better than they do. So it's weird. It's like this weird thing going on. So it's like, let's just say what y'all are saying is real. The very thing y'all are talking about, it applies to y'all, but you talk as if it doesn't. It's weird. But they're not bird brains. I don't think anything's wrong with them other than the fact that they are brainwashed. And I know that brainwash can be used loosely, but if you understand what brainwashing is and how it works, it can be done to almost anybody. Keys. Wings of strength. That's hard. I'm on level 13. They're like Pokemon. Trophy of strength. That's not hard. Bigo like a video game. No, I didn't realize I was in a cult. Bro, I didn't realize I was in a cult until I got the idea. Like, certain things people have said in the chat, it stayed with me. And so now that I was out of the cult, I can explore those thoughts and figure out on my own, did I agree with what y'all was saying or not? Because being in the cult, I automatically had to disagree with everything that y'all said to make what I was doing feel right. So if I agree with anything that you said that went against what I was doing, that means by default what I was doing was wrong, and I couldn't have that. But when I got out of that space and I could examine things for my own self, I was like, let me see if this is a cult, because I'm like, I don't know what a cult is. I'm like, oh, let's do it. And just so happens, Netflix has an episode dedicated to explaining cults. And I watch it. And I'm like, oh, Lord. This lines up exactly with what I experienced. Appreciate it, Keys. And also there's a video called, I think it's called How to Be a Cult Leader or How to Start Your Own Cult. It's on YouTube and it's like 13 years old. and it shows a lot of the things that we were doing. And I'm like, it's one thing for something to be a coincidence. It's another thing for something to be a pattern. Appreciate that, Keys. We starting off October right, man. You know, spooky season. Y'all start busting out y'all scary movies. I had to lay off American Horror Story. I couldn't even go to the bathroom at night without being scared. I had to lay off of that. I can't. I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that. I can't watch this. I can't. I'm going to the bathroom scared, flushing the toilet all lied, keeping the shower curtain cracked so I could see. Appreciate that, Keys. Keisha Ann, run. What they say on Big O, run it up. I don't do scary movies. I don't do scary movies no more. I tried to get back into it. You think Netflix gonna make a documentary about carbonation, bro? Possibly, but Netflix is huge, bro. Netflix is huge. I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's one of my favorite things. That little money gun. Appreciate that, Keys. And is that Smitty? What is that, Smittyette? Or is it like Cheeseette? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Keisha Ann. It's like a new and old name put together. Keisha Ann, Betty Sue, Lucy May. Right now we're not interested in having any more kids right now. But I mean, just like anybody else who has a normal life, you change your mind at certain points as you move forward in life. But right now, we're not interested in having any more kids. But that could change. That could change. What else I've been up to, bro? I brought my credit score up. From my credit score was a 534. They wouldn't even give me change back. Change for five. Credit was booty. 534. It's a 641 now, but I'm working on getting it up more. There's so much debt that I neglected to pay off, thinking that, oh, it's the straw man and I don't have to pay this. I try to get an apartment and see. So I'm getting my credit back up. I'm almost done paying off some neglected debt from years. I'm in college. I finally got my associate's degree in 2022. I first enrolled in college in 2007. Took me 15 years to get an associate's degree, but I got it. And I'm in a degree program, a bachelor's degree program right now. 75 out of 120 credits. My next class starts tomorrow, matter of fact. Still interested in health and all that stuff like that. What else I've been doing? Oh, playing chess. Still, I like playing chess. Reading a lot more. What else I do? I watch documentaries. Like I tried to watch TV shows, but I can't watch TV shows, bro. I'm only interested in documentaries or docuseries now lately. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, definitely was loaded. How they say it, lost in the sauce. But like I said, with Soft White Underbelly, when I listen to some of the folk story, I'm like, dang, bro, that was messed up, and you made it through that, so I can make it through anything. I can make it through anything, bro. I personally think that everybody has something to offer. It just we just have to believe it. Prince vibes, man. Man, listen, man. I wouldn't be giving no Prince vibes if my beard didn't get cut down. I went to the barbershop and I said, my boy, he said, how you want it? Hey, I said, line me up. Keep it high. He said, keep it high. No, he gonna echo what I said to make me feel like he was gonna do what I asked him to do. I got to keep it high, man. Yeah, just trim it down a little bit. My boy said, yeah. My boy said, I'm gonna push you on down here. I was like, all right, man. Then when he seen it, I asked him, I said, how much I owe you? He told me I said 15. Yeah, I know, cause you felt bad. You felt bad. Why barbers don't do what you tell them to do no more? Or that's just my experience. Maybe I'm just caught up in a bad barber loop. Maybe I'm just in a bad barber loop. Clearly, bro. Beard supposed to be up here, man. What we doing down here, man? You just gonna cut me down, huh? You just gonna do what you want to do, huh? That's how we doing it out here. I need to let that dude get beamed on YouTube cut my hair. Cause my boy fire. He charged $200 though for a haircut. I was God, Joe. Or I need to go to a barber that's by appointment only. I can't go to these assembly line barbers that be trying to push people out. Yeah, but boy, look at the dude on YouTube called Get Beamed. He charged $200 for. Well, I don't know if he charged $200 for every haircut, or maybe he just using it for clickbait. But it said this man paid $200 for a haircut. My boy, icy. But then I don't want all that spray and stuff, man. I don't want all that. Don't be spraying me, man, because I'm lying. This tape line is a lie. Don't spray nothing on here. Don't spray nothing. Don't use no white pen. Cause I don't want to be lying. I don't want that tape line a lie. They'll hear talking about I'm just gonna make it pop. Ain't no, what you strip club or something? Don't make that. What you trying to have my tape line booty popping on the handstand? What you talking about? Make it pop? I just want to lie. You gonna come over there? You use this? I'm like, what this here, bro? That's some spray paint. And trying to put some spray paint on my tape line. What y'all did? Good damn, bro. God, what happened to the dude what happened to the days of the dude just putting the alcohol around the line and then hit you with the razor? Like, come on, man. This tape line a lie. This ain't even my real tape line. God, I said, bro, I looked at you. We was both looking at the mirror, and I said, "Keep it high," and you said, "Can you keep it high? Keep it high as it'll go." Yeah. And then you hand me the mirror, as I've seen over and over again in my life. What do it mean? I've been getting my hair cut since I was like 3. What does it mean when the barber put the clippers down and he come around you? You see the arm. And what's in his arm? What's in his hand? A mirror. What that mean? Check it out. So I ain't even look in the mirror when you spent me around because I gave you the benefit of the doubt. The other barbers in the shop like, yeah, he good, he cut, he fired. You give me the mirror. I get the mirror, pull the mirror up. What do I see? Exactly what I didn't ask for. July 17th or July 24th, because all trials that don't occur on the week of the 17th carry over to the 24th. Whatever happened on June 29th, that was the last thing. And we haven't seen nothing since other than some motions that's been filed, but no trial in sight. Max V said it a long time ago. I didn't believe it because it sounded far-fetched to me at the time, but he said this could go on to 2025, and here we are, October. Nothing. But this type of stuff is not like a fast food restaurant. It takes time, man. It takes time, bro. It takes time for this type of stuff to get resolved. But I am expecting for it to get resolved next year. No, Tabitha Pasmino is not. She's taking this very seriously. I mean, it was getting to a point where I was like, man, what's taking so long? But it's not like somebody preparing food. It's a trial. So They got to make sure everything is in a line. They got to make sure everything is right. So when it happens, it happens. I had to stop trying to make it happen. See, you said stay away from all them people. I mean, I don't have no physical contact with anybody. I haven't talked to anybody like on the phone or anything. So I felt like at the time the best thing was for each and every one of us to focus on what it was that we went through, because I think that everybody perceives it differently. Some people may not think it's as serious as I do, so that's fine. What do I think about Juju going in and out of jail? I just think that, and I know that, appreciate that, Flow Child. I know that you can't assume that just because somebody's young that means that they are automatically immature. But I feel like Juju just doesn't understand what he's doing all the way. And I give him the benefit of the doubt because one, it's a very unique situation, and two, he's young. He's very young. And I know what it's like to be that age. And even though you think you grown, when you're early 20s, I think that your confidence supersedes your intelligence often. I know it doesn't apply to everybody because I know that there's some 18-year-olds out there that have a certain level of discipline and maturity that's beyond what is expected of the age. But I just think he doesn't understand what he's doing all the way. And unfortunately, I feel like he's going to have to understand after the damage is done. A lot of, and I think that this is the downfall that we all can attest to. Sometimes we've made permanent decisions off of temporary feelings. And once those feelings go away, then he's going to have to look at the reality of what it was he actually was doing. Right now, he's high off of these thought stopping cliches that tell him the government isn't real, this reality isn't real, you can't die, none of the nature is going to take over. So he's still operating in that echo chamber. But once the echo chamber is broken up and you're presented with reality right here, then you're gonna have to deal with all of those things that you failed to acknowledge at that time. So I just think he doesn't understand. Oh, somebody said a good question. What about second chances? How do you feel about them? Second chances don't come from other people; they come from you. It's impossible to get a second chance when you don't even think nothing's wrong with you now. The second chance is not my decision. Second chance is your decision. But how can you even want a second chance when you feel like nothing you're doing is even wrong or even needs to be changed? So that's not even a question for me to answer. Can't nobody, if you think about it, if you can be high and strung out on heroin right now, but your second chance is not dependent upon society. It's dependent upon you wanting to clean yourself up. So that second chance is not my decision, it's his. But you can't have a second chance when you feel like what you're doing needs no correcting. And those type of people you got to stay away from. Those type of people are dangerous. People who like, I mean, you got to think one of the things we were saying was can't do no wrong. That's dangerous. When you're a person and you feel like nothing you do is wrong, that's dangerous in itself. That means you've literally removed yourself from the possibility that anything you do needs any type of self-reflection. That's crazy. That is a terrible mentality to have. One of the characteristics of a great and effective leader is the ability to recognize his wrongs and then therefore correct them. If you are somebody who's removed the possibility that you can be wrong from the table, how can you grow? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, man. Good questions, because I feel like um our ability to develop is dependent upon other people. I can't think of everything. Appreciate that, Damon. I can't think of everything. So a lot of the questions people ask have allowed me to look at things that I may not have considered prior to. When it comes to what this is how I feel. I used to heavily criticize what people did while I was in the cult, and even after leaving, I criticized the way they conducted themselves because I felt like they didn't understand the severity of what is going on. But as it pertains to what people do with their life, I want them to do whatever they feel like they want to do because I know that underneath all of it, they're trying to reestablish their sense of identity and authority over their own life. So whoever want to be with who, however they want to do it, whatever they want to talk about, as long as they ain't hurt nobody, they can do whatever they want to do, man. Because I know beyond the semantics of what it looks like online, they're trying to reestablish, I think, at least for myself, and I think that we share some commonalities, is I think that we're trying to reestablish our self-identity and authority over what we want to do. And so, I mean, sometimes we make bad decisions. That's okay. Who can say that they haven't? You know what I'm saying? But I just prioritize things like what people who left the cult are doing. It's not priority to me over the outcome of this case. Like that, like I told another content creator on YouTube that the only thing more important, the only thing that would raise the attention of what's going on now is if somebody died or if one of those women left the cult. Everything else outside of that is pretty much, to me, I feel like it's just filling in the gap because what everybody ultimately wants to know, at least let me not say everybody because I don't know everybody, but for me, what I ultimately care about is when is the trial and what is the outcome going to be? That's really the only thing that matters to me. I have not spoken to them in the cult, man, because I already know there's nothing I can do or say to change their mind. The fact that I left is enough. The fact that whether they acknowledge it or not, me leaving says something in itself. But ultimately, me talking to them ain't gonna do nothing. They have to put the pieces together in their own mind and decide that I don't have to do this no more. You can't talk nobody out of a cult. You can't. You can't. Just like you can jump in some water and tell somebody it's not that deep. But if in their mind they're afraid of water, they're still not gonna jump in until they decide that it's something that they want to do. So us leaving, us talking about it, it doesn't do anything to make them do something. They're gonna decide like, all right, boom, I'm through. I'm done. I'm done. They're gonna have to see the inconsistencies of what they've been told and what they've heard and what they believe. When they get the time to break down those inconsistencies, then they'll be able to get the confidence to move out on their own self without being dependent upon somebody else to give them permission to do it. It's a process. Exactly. It's a process. Like even when you think about women who are in abusive, and I gotta stop thinking that I gotta stop doing the men women thing because men get abused too. Like that that men women thing is, I just think that it's being promoted incorrectly. we gotta stop acting like women are the only thing that get abused and that women are just weak and submissive and inferior. Like that's that cold stuff. But in an abusive relationship, we think that on the outside looking in, we think that it's as simple. Appreciate it, Damon. We think that it's as simple as why don't they just leave? Why don't they just leave? Why don't they just leave? He beating her up or she beating him up. Why don't they just leave? There's other things tied into it. If it was just as simple as walking out the door, I'm sure that person would do it. There's a lot of other factors, a lot of psychological factors in place that that person has to walk through. Appreciate that,
Hello.
what's up, Heart? Oh, it's like the one I got.
Yeah, I like your tattoo.
Tattoo. Where you from?
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. The law is in place for a reason. And me personally, not even trying to be on no spiritual tip, but just from what I see in my own life, and it's not even, I feel like he getting what he deserved right now. No, I don't have any she said aneurysm. Um you mean mannerisms. I got you. I caught it. It's all good. No, I don't do any other hand gestures or anything like that. Sometimes I get triggered by certain words that were used in the cult a lot, and it immediately sends me back to that atmosphere. No, I'm not offended by people calling me that, but because I understand why they would call me by the cult name because that's what they've known me as. But I think that it would be appropriate and respectful to not refer to me as a cult identity name. You understand what I'm saying? My name is Aaron, by the way. It's so many variables. Um, Me personally, I think that he's addicted to social media. I think that he's addicted to attention and people noticing him and people acknowledging him. And honestly, just like I remember this, I'm just going off of what I see. This is not a psychological diagnosis, but I think he would get out and do the same thing. Because I'm gonna give you an example why. Because when we were in Nicaragua and he was in the Nicaraguan jail for 3 weeks, when he got out, he was applauding us for not leaving and saying that, we held him down, and he told Courtney that he spoke Spanish to get him out. He told Velvet that, she went on Sonetta and spoke on his behalf. And he was acting like he was indebted to us. But he quickly, a couple of days later, start treating us like none of that mattered. And just off the pattern of what I've seen him do, he's acting like he needs assistance and help now. But prior to that, he didn't think these types of things would happen to him. And he was cussing out the same people he is now asking donations from. And so just knowing the behavior patterns that I've seen myself and others have witnessed, I think that if he were to get out, he would do the same thing that he's always done. You don't change unless you seriously think something's wrong. He doesn't think anything he's done is wrong. So therefore, he will continue the behavior. So I don't think there will be any change. That's just me. I don't think a change can be made until one acknowledges that one needs to happen. How can we correct ourselves if we don't think we're wrong? So that's just me. I'm not no psychologist. I'm not no therapist. But just with the information I have, that's what I think will happen. I mean, how can somebody who videotapes people getting beat then blame the system? I mean, if you never put these types of things online, there's a great chance that nobody would have messed with you or you would have even got the negative attention. I just feel like in accordance with the knowledge that they claim to have, you did it to yourself. So that's just how I feel about it. So and I looked at the Georgia law as it pertains to the major charge. I don't know if you can say the word on Bigo or not. I don't know if you get blocked. But for the major charge, the two factors that are present is force and lack of consent. You can't tell somebody to shut up and that they're your property. That's intimidation. And under intimidation, you can't give consent. It doesn't matter what you think about the person. That's that's not the point of what we're talking about. As it pertains to Georgia law, you cannot engage in sexual acts with a person through force and the lack of consent. It doesn't, you can't do that. But I was hesitant to say certain things because I didn't want it to interfere with the case. But what I say has nothing to do with what occurred, in a sense of the matter at hand has nothing to do with what I say and don't say. And I could die tomorrow. And so I'm not about to withhold my perspective from what I've seen. I agree, Rican Kitchen. I said that. Appreciate that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow. And I think when it comes to the R word, we often think that it looks like you would think it looks like in the movies. We're not talking about what you've seen through Hollywood portrayals. When you look at the law, there's certain things you can and can't do. And the thing about it is that people are eager to discredit somebody they don't know. But let your daughter come and tell you something, and let's see how quick you are to discredit her. Let your sister or your aunt tell you something happened to them, and let's see how quickly you are to discard their claims based upon some other activity that you feel like makes their statement invalid. So you can treat this however you want to treat it. That's fine. Everybody has their own opinion, but we're gonna see. I'll leave it at that. I don't even want to go into it too much because I'm not a legal expert. We gonna see. We gonna see. We gonna see. And it ain't even up for me to decide. This is gonna go to the from. If it goes to trial, it's gonna be a jury, and it's up to them. They will ultimately decide what the outcome of the trial is. But either way, I already told myself that we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. No, it wasn't a sigh of relief when he got arrested. Um, it took some time once that distance was created for me to actually understand what has happened and what is actually going on. It took a while. There was a residual of the fantasy still playing out because I had repeated these thoughts and believed these things for such a long time. It didn't occur instantaneously like some people may expect. Is that where is all that? Is that beard druff? I'm up here looking like I'm playing in sand and ain't nobody say nothing. What is that? Is that beard druff? I know that didn't come out my head. Well, I ain't the first person to have no dandruff. I ain't the last, so tell them to put that. They'll probably put that on YouTube. Look at his dirty behind. But no, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody got dandruff though. But I don't know. Maybe that came out of beard head. I don't know. I don't know. But oh, she's good. I actually don't. I have some Head and Shoulders, but it's the great value version because Walmart put their great value version next to the competitors and say compare to Head and Shoulders. So I was like, let me compare. I think I might need to go back to the real Head and Shoulders because that didn't make no sense. That didn't make no sense. Looking like somebody with drizzling and grits on me. That didn't make no sense. I just caught it out my eye. I caught it after it done accumulated. I'm playing in grits. Should have, or I should have. You know what I'm saying? And that was a tough decision to make because my initial response was, I don't want nothing to do with this, man. I don't want nothing to do with this, man. Just get this away from me, man. I don't want to see nothing about this, man. I just want this junk to die down and go away like a distant object in the rearview mirror. But I watched Surviving R. Kelly. I watched a lot of documentaries, and it's hard to do, and I'm not gonna run away from it just because it's hard. I'm not about to run away from it just because it's hard. It's easy just to be like, I hope this go away. I don't want to look at it and forget about it. But nah, man, it's tough. And so what? Do you feel my mind changes a lot? Yeah. Because I don't think that it's the mark of somebody who's learning to have a rigid mind. Like we have, like our viewpoints on life change. Like that's why I feel like successful people recommend that we fail over and over and over and over again, because the only thing failure does is it conditions you to not fear it anymore. And I think that failure has this negative connotation that it's the opposition of success, but it's a part of the process. So I allow myself to change my mind because for the longest I felt like I had to believe this. I have to believe this. I have to believe this. I have to believe this. But it's like with new information, it changes the conversation. So it's like I'm open to being wrong. I have to be open to changing my mind because I have to be open to being wrong. Even people who are scholars in the field of psychology and physics, they are proven wrong on a regular basis. But that doesn't mean that they're not smart no more. Like, oh, you're not smart no more because you're wrong. And I think that that's one of the reasons why we were so lame as a group is because we couldn't be wrong. It's lame. Oh, and some of the details, I want to wait until after the trial. Some of the details, like it's gonna be a whole nother thing once the trial is over. Some of the things I feel like need to be reserved. Um, but after the trial is over, then we can have a more of an open discussion. But some of the detailed things I'd rather reserve. So the trial right now is undetermined. It's been pretty much at a standstill for. It's been pretty much at a standstill since. It's been a standstill for a while. No, he doesn't have to be on trial for being a cult leader, but from what I've observed in the research I've done, the patterns of cult leaders and the patterns of cults align perfectly with what we were doing. So he may not be officially recognized as a cult leader on a document, as far as I know, but that is the statement that I'm standing by based upon the research that I've done and the conclusions that I've reached. Oh, Kendra and John's good, man. Definitely, definitely way better than that situation would have ever allowed them to be. You said when the trial is over, I think all of you guys will be in great demand for interviews. I mean, I hope that the people who want to tell their story get an opportunity to do so. That's a good question, Sweets. I don't know. I don't know if this was a learned strategy or if it just so happened to align. I don't have a definite answer on that. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know. I do not know. What time is it anyway? I don't think John really liked chess that much. I do. I personally enjoy the game. But if it's something he wants to do, I don't force him to do anything. That doesn't serve, to me, that doesn't serve any legitimate purpose to try to get somebody to do something you wanted to do. Like if you don't want to do chess, that's fine. No, I don't think anything is wrong with working a 9 to 5 at all. Yeah, me and Kendra are still together. I don't think nothing's wrong with working a 9 to 5. I liken it to the trash man. Everybody looks at the trash man. Now let me stop doing that because it's not an umbrella. You can't put everybody in an umbrella because you're lazy. Some people look at the trash man and they look at that job and they might look down on him like, oh, you're just a trash man. But let that trash man not come around for 3 weeks and then you tell me how valuable that trash man is. We like to look down on certain things because they're not accompanied with the glamour that we might see as somebody who's a CEO in business or a personal trainer. But everybody's job is valuable and you'll know it's valuable when they stop doing it. Let let Georgia Power don't come out. Let the plumber not show up. Even McDonald's, I looked at McDonald's differently. Yes, McDonald's may not have the healthiest food, but McDonald's, there's because their qualifications and standards is so low, if you're in a bad spot, you can at least get on your feet there. They give you a discount to eat. If you down and out, messed up, tore up, you really all you really need is ABC 123, and you can get a job at McDonald's, and you get an 85% discount. So I try not to demonize things so swiftly as I did before, because it makes looking back, I'm like, we were so stupid. Like not to say we're stupid as people, but what we would do and feeding off of each other is just stupid. Okay. I left the cult September 27, 2022. Do you feel speaking about it every day is bad or good for your own mental health? I don't think anything is inherently good or bad. It just depends upon how you. It just depends upon it. I feel like it depends upon the person. What may be good for me could be terrible for somebody else, and what's great for somebody else could be terrible for me. But for me, I feel like it's healthy to speak these things out loud that only existed previously in the back of my mind. So this was what was in the back of my mind, but I wasn't entertaining it because it wasn't congruent with the group I belonged to. So now that I no longer belong to that group, I have to give myself permission. I have to give my mind permission to say these things that at one time were forbidden. So it's a form of self authority and self esteem to be able to say things that previously would have led to a unfavorable outcome. And it's also not every day you meet somebody that was in a cult. And this potentially, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but maybe something I say will help you connect the dots some other time or in some other avenue. I appreciate that, Lady Aquarius. And I also want to give people the permission, not just verbally, but I want to give people the permission that no matter what you do in life, you still have the opportunity to recover from that and to make a change. Just because you were on drugs doesn't mean you have to be a drug addict forever. Just because you ate unhealthily for a long time doesn't mean you have to eat unhealthy forever. And just because I was believing and saying in one thing for 4 to almost 5 years doesn't mean that I have to maintain that narrative. So I mean, if I can get embarrassed and humiliated online, you can at least start your business. you can at least you can at least do whatever it is you were scared to do. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it don't get no well, I ain't gonna say it don't get no worse than what we went through, but it was pretty bad. So, and I also don't want to use it as, oh, please give me sympathy. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to show you that the human spirit is a resilient thing. And sometimes the things that you go through only serve as a means, on a grand scheme, they serve as a means to show you how resilient you are. Uh, how does my family feel now that I'm out of this situation? You know what? I don't I try to reserve that for the people. That's what I think. That's why I think documentaries are so powerful, is because you would actually, to get a real honest answer, you would have to ask them. Honestly, you would have to ask them, how do they feel? Like, I still wonder sometimes. I wonder, like, what was that like? What was that like to see somebody doing and saying
Hey,
things
my boy,
that were absolutely
sweetie.
ridiculous.
Mwah.
I don't
Hey,
know.
my
You have
love.
to get a real clear, honest answer. You have to ask them. What time is it? Does anybody know what time it is? 3:10. Oh, I gotta go, boy. I gotta go. I've been on Bigo for a minute, but hey, man, appreciate y'all stopping through, man. It's been a great conversation. It's been a great bill. I do have a book. It's only 99 cents. It's called Greatness is a Habit. It's on iBooks only because that's, to me, Apple is just crushing everybody. I didn't like Amazon's platform. I didn't like the way that you have to design the book and put it together, but it's real short. If y'all want to get it, y'all can get it. When I'm coming back, I'll be on here every day. Well, let me not make that such a firm statement. I'm gonna be on here as often as I can. Of course, I'm not. I'm gonna have other things I have to tend to, but when I have the time, I'll be on Bigo because I'm a host. So he said, "Come back tonight if I can." Yeah, I'm a host. Period. Oh, the book is called Periods. The book is called Greatness is a Habit by me, Aaron. No, don't quit it. I'm trying to see the X. The X. Oh, you got to slide down. My bad, Bigo. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. How do I get out of this freaking? How do I get out of this message thing? Oh, this is strange. Huh. How did this? I wonder. And I couldn't even get no help from y'all because oh, this is strange. How do human being that had sisters, who had a mother, who had other family members that was concerned with him. I never got a chance to meet that guy because when you're in a cult, who you are is not valid. You have to be this character who thinks and acts in accordance with the cult belief system. So it was unfortunate.
What's wrong, babe?
Oh, that's y'all.
Yeah, I don't know if I can mute myself.
I think you can.
Oh, okay. No, the Wi-Fi just went in and out. Hold on, I'll be right back.
That's all good. Oh, I got it. No, I don't have to mute. Do I have to mute you? It ain't.
Yeah, I couldn't see the mute.
How you mute folks?
Y'all, you gotta plug this in. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let me help you.
Do y'all live? Oh no, we don't live in the same house now. I'm the first person to speak nice to him, man. I don't. Man, the truth of the matter is, and that's why I was so hesitant.
Yeah, it is. Well, I know you have to go back to it. I'm sorry. I should have exited out. Where was it at? Oh, you can hear him, huh? I forgot you
Yeah.
can hear him. I got my headphones in.
When I click a box, the only thing that pops up is a hang up button.
Mhm.
What was I
You
saying?
gotta give it a minute, okay?
Oh, she has to click the stacks at the bottom. Yeah, you have to click the three lines at the bottom, and then I think there's a microphone button that pops up.
Okay, let me go test it out. I'm just, I don't be on here. I don't know, but
No, I get it.
let me see.
No, we don't stay in the same house.
Oh, I see it now. Yep.
God's plan, appreciate it. Oh, I was talking about Amar. Yeah, I never got a chance to meet Amar. Loyal was the character that he had to play to fit into the belief system of the group. The only people who knew Amar was his family. You understand what I'm saying? So it was, but regardless, it was unfortunate that a large portion of his youth, as far as being after the age of 18, was involved with something that, you know what I'm saying, was ultimately abusive. So it was just unfortunate.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? I always like to keep that gap that even though I spent 2, 3, 4 years with certain people, I don't know them. I only know the character that they were allowed to play in that environment. And so I like to keep that reservation. Even people have asked, what about connecting with other members? I don't have a problem speaking with other members, but as far as meeting with them in person, because of how much work it takes to get back to a space mentally, and because I don't necessarily know these people, like who they actually are, I don't recommend for myself to engage with them other than through a media outlet like this. Like we was talking about it earlier. Like I would love to talk to Tori finally, because she was constantly trying to get us to see, what I'm saying, where we was wrong and how the group was wrong. I wouldn't mind talking to Velvet. I wouldn't mind talking to Courtney. I wouldn't mind talking to anybody who used to be a part of Carbonation, no matter how long ago. Because I keep saying, I feel like everybody holds a unique perspective that other members are incapable of delivering, because even though we were in the same group, everybody has their own unique viewpoint of what happened. Some people seen certain things that other people didn't see. The women seen things the men didn't see. The men seen things that the women didn't see. So it's so many different variables and angles that would be necessary to paint the ultimate picture of what actually happened. I can't tell you what actually happened. I can only tell you what happened as seen by me, which is a limited perspective in the grand scheme of things. Because a lot happened, man.
Yeah. That's so true.
A lot. Yeah, but I wouldn't mind talking to anybody on Bigo. Did I get your emails? You talking about messages? I haven't checked my messages since earlier today. I'll check it later on, if not tomorrow. Let me check the time. Okay, cool. Somebody else wants to come up. Oh, that baby.
Well, Mr. Dixon. I'm not a troll. I'm not a troll. I'm trying to see if you can remember my voice.
Wait, I didn't hear that last part. You said I'm not a troll. You trying to do what now?
I said I'm trying to see if you would remember my voice.
Remember your voice?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't remember you. I'm sure we've had some type of engagement where I was probably being irate and not.
No.
Or,
Well. We had a range. It ended off that way, though. I'm gonna give you a hint. It ended off that way. You blocked me right before your birthday. It was
you
right
the girl
before
from
my
Ethiopia?
birthday. Yeah.
Dang, you ain't. Yo, I'm glad you're still alive though, cause
Fuck out of here.
no, I'm serious. I'm glad you're still alive, man, cause that was a unique experience. I'm glad you're alive though.
Um,
Are you in Canada?
I am.
Okay, that's good.
I'm still alive.
Did you get your job back?
Well, I got a better job.
Okay,
Well, I can
good.
actually move to the States if I wanted to.
But it's
Like shit.
no, it's crazy, man. That was a crazy experience, man.
I,
What did
I
you
would love to
think?
have a conversation about it, huh?
What did you think about, like, when you realized that I will, like, did you know I was in a cult?
I okay. So the way that we ended off, um, like the last communications we had, I knew that I figured it out because I don't even like the word in a cult, but you were like, man, it was like a overlay. You know what I'm saying? Like you were very loyal to the person who you learned these things from, right? And so even though I was able to, because I wasn't in your situation, I was able to separate the lessons from the manipulation. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Yeah, because when you're somebody who's observing this from the outside looking in, you can be manipulated, but the level in which you can be manipulated is limited because you're not there. Being there
Mm-hmm.
subjects you to the full level of manipulation.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand what you were saying. So you were in a position where you were extracting what you felt like was valuable without
Right.
being completely submerged in it like I was.
Right. And that's
Yeah.
crazy to even talk to you now admitting that. Like that's like wow. Shout out to you first of all. But it's why I say I don't like the word cult is because the whole if that's the case, the whole world is in a cult.
That's not
It's
true.
just
That's not true.
explain. No, let me explain. Let me
That's not
explain.
true, bro. Yo, you gotta
Okay,
listen
okay.
before you come to that conclusion. Do me a favor. You like Netflix, like everybody else in the world. You
Mm-hmm.
like Netflix, right? Go watch two things: How to Be a Cult Leader, and then there's an episode on. If you type in "explained" on Netflix, it'll have like money explained, the mind explained. If you type in cults explained, there's an episode, it's about 30 minutes long, that's dedicated towards cults. And when you listen to those people, you'll see that a cult is nothing like a group of people who come together to play chess or a book club. The whole world is not a cult. There are characteristics and traits that make a group definitely, without a doubt, a cult. So,
So can I ask you, sorry to interrupt, can I ask
okay.
you like what was your light bulb moment? Like how did that happen?
So when the cult leader went to jail, it created enough space because he couldn't talk to us from sun up to sundown.
Mm-hmm.
So his communication and his influence was significantly limited. And it was not only was it significantly limited, it was abrupt. It went from one day to gone. One day you're here, one day you're
Yeah.
gone. So in itself, it was like a shock. It shocked you.
Mm.
And so that shock made me I had to, because he wasn't constantly there, just like the mind is known to do, I had to fill in the gap with something. And I
Yeah.
couldn't talk to the women because the insecurity level off the chain there. And I had to fill it in with my mind was the only mind there. All the other guys was gone. Remember, I was the last man standing. So
Yeah.
the only
Yeah.
voice that was there was mine. And my voice started resurfacing. I'm like, oh, I got a voice. I got
Mm.
a lot of it. He wasn't there to reinforce the stupidity. So I had to.
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
I
I'm just
apologize.
gonna say I had to make my own assessments because the assessments weren't being made for me. So when he
Yeah.
made certain decisions, I had to be like, no, man, that was dumb. I don't care what type of magic sauce you're trying to put on it now, but it's not effective as it was because you're not able to constantly do it and reinforce it. And there's also not 15 other people around me nodding their head and agreeing too. So it's literally
Yeah.
just me in a garage by my own self. So I'm like, No, bro, that ain't right. That ain't right, bro. Like that ain't right. I wouldn't do that. Not in. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
I get that you talking about the universe gonna come save you, but bro, what's really happening is I'm using money to go and buy these things. I'm using money to go and do these things. Ain't no damn universe.
Yeah.
I'm doing this, bro. And that's what the kicker
Yeah.
was. I'm like, you talk about some damn universe. I'm the one driving the car. I'm the one making sure the money
Right.
It's
goes
like
here, 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 and here. So what you talk about?
You the universe.
This ain't babe. This ain't no magic food. I'm doing regular stuff that a regular human being would do. So
but
it's
it's
just
like
Yeah.
once one thing falls,
that. There it is.
everything starts crumbling. Once
So
one thing is proven to be inaccurate about it, then it's like, wait, you got to question it all. And everything become like it's like the house of cards. You pull one card, the whole house of cards falls down. It's like if that's not true, then I gotta question this, and if
everything.
that's not true, I gotta question that, and then this, and then this, and then like the whole thing is a lie. And that was,
Right.
a lot of people think it was like, aha, but it's more like, one thing after another after it starts like connecting the dots that everything never made sense.
Yeah.
My
Like,
bad. I
or,
didn't even know
or
that
it's
was
like
Taylor. Peace,
certain
Stephen.
things,
That's
but it's
Kendra.
very
Please don't
small
use the
amount of
cult
things.
Oh,
name.
I apologize. I
Thank
apologize.
you.
Did
Thank
somebody
Peace,
call me something else?
Kendra. I
She called
apologize.
me.
Peace, Kendra. That's the only name I knew her
Oh,
under,
you
so
said
my
No,
that.
apologies.
no,
Yeah.
that's why I didn't come
Oh,
at it in no disrespectful way because I already expect people to associate us and identify us as the names that we've been going by for so long. So I just want to. I know that it's a process just as much as anything else. So it's just those names just bring so much disgust to us now.
Yeah. No, I'm really happy. I just came up to say I'm really happy that you guys are at this point in the journey. I'm proud of y'all for breaking out of that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah,
No, I get it. I appreciate you coming up. Like
MJ's way.
no doubt.
when somebody says something.
Peace to y'all though.
I
All right, peace.
appreciate that, God's plan. There was something else I wanted to add to that about the aha moment. Oh, got it. I started realizing that the cult leader's values didn't align with mine. He would talk
Mm.
about me leading and ruling these people. And it's so funny to hear now because a lot of cult leaders use the same tactic. He was saying, yeah, man, you need to start looking at leadership because when I get out, you're going to be in charge of all these different dudes. And I'm thinking to myself, like, bro, I don't care nothing about that. I didn't come here to be ruling over nobody. This group was advertised and promoted when I found out about it as more of a family. Like, what are we
Yeah,
talking about ruling over people? And
right.
I'm like, but I don't want to rule over nobody. Like, what are you talking
It
about?
turned into a dictatorship, and then he wants everybody else to get on board because he thinks that we were also that hungry for the power and control that he was hungry for. He was telling the women the same thing, probably still is. He would tell us, like, you're going to be this goddess that everyone's going to worship. You're going to have these men servants who are going to, like, serve you hand and foot, greased up, body all tight, and
Where he got and where he got that from.
legs.
And that's when I when you told me that story, that's when I realized that he probably spent most of his childhood sitting in front of the TV. Cause that sounds like Remember the Time by Michael Jackson.
He was like, "Yo, you gonna be." He's like, "Don't worry, you a servant now, but one day you're gonna have servants," and it kind of make you feel like, okay, well, at least I'm not gonna be a servant. But then it's like, but I don't even care if I have servants. Like that's not who I am. That's not what I
Right.
want, really. But then he would play on what you do want, and he would tell me like, in the end, you're gonna have everything you want. Like you're gonna be able to be there for your son. You're gonna be able to have the family that you want. And so I'd be like, okay,
Right.
in the end, I'm gonna get what I want. Like, but it's just like, how long? What is the end?
I
Like, and
know.
then it's like, the means justify the end. So everything that I'm going through, abuse and everything, is supposed to justify that perfect ending. But I'm
Right.
like, why do I have to go through all this crazy stuff to get what I want? Like that's just ridiculous.
And then on top of that, for me, I'm asking myself, why am I waiting for permission from you to tell me when I can and can't do something? Like, as
Yeah.
ridiculous as it seems, you know what I'm saying? I got to a point where I was like, I was literally in the car by myself. And I'm like, bro, why is you mad? You ain't got to do none of this.
You
And I
don't have to
like,
do it.
and I was like, I don't have to do this. Like, I literally can leave.
Yeah.
And people think that it's just a matter of, oh, you can just leave. But my debit card, all my
Yeah.
identification was tied up into it. So I had to unhook my debit card from everything. I had to get a new phone number. I had to get a new email. I had to figure out where I was going to stay at. You understand what I'm saying? So even
And I
before I
think,
got to,
but
no, I was just going to say, even before I got to that point, just getting up the courage to leave was a process in itself. But I think that when you finally see how ridiculous it is, then it's just everything else just it's no longer effective no more. And it's like, how long am I gonna continue to lie to myself? You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's like those pieces that you have to put back together that are challenging, like you said, disconnecting your cards and changing your phone number, like all that stuff is difficult, but it's like the hardest thing too is like, wait, so everything that I've been believing in, it's just not doesn't stand up to scrutiny, and so it's not true. And then it's just like now I have to like have a whole different like figure out a whole different identity, or scrap this identity and readjust and like find a different belief system or what. Like it was just crazy how it's like that being ripped from me, the belief system being ripped from me, because I was like, this is not what I want to believe anymore. It was like, well then who am I? And what do I
I'm
believe,
telling you, it's like,
and it's like,
if
well, okay.
if you don't convince yourself that what you are doing is the only thing worth doing,
Mhm.
then what could you possibly do after that?
And that's why they keep saying like,
There's nothing else.
"Oh no, there's nothing else. I can't do nothing but this because this is it." It's like you have to hang on to the beliefs because you're safe there in a weird way. In your beliefs, you're safe and you're set. You know what to expect. But to the thought of leaving those beliefs behind, setting them down, and being like, "This isn't for me no more," you have to like figure out what is, and that could be more difficult than changing your phone number or figuring out, a physical place to be. It's like, a lot of people get messed up by that when it comes to cults. Is just like, what's my identity? They have a hard time just making decisions for themselves and figuring out what's the best choice to make because for so long, somebody's been dictating your choices.
And
And, that was the case for me a lot of time.
not only that, but you're reinforcing the it's not like church where churches your pastor ain't following you home. Your pastor ain't calling you every day. You understand what I'm saying? You go to church and then you come home and you have another life. But this belief system requires you to relinquish everything and
Yeah.
only be a part of this belief system without any other opposing belief systems allowed. So you've invested and trained your mind to believe literally into only a certain set of thoughts. Like when you think about Carbonation's teachings, it can pretty much be summarized into the same sayings
Over and over.
altered and presented in different ways, but it's essentially the same things over and over again. So literally your mind, it's like that's why I did it so long. I could still be a better Carbonation member than the women that are still there. Like
Yeah,
it's
like
so
you know it
easy.
too well.
It's
It's
not
easy. Yeah, it's
it's
easy.
not even much you have to do. it's not even much you have to remember. It's like there's certain trigger words that you wait for. When somebody says homosexual, what do you say? You say this. When somebody says black people, you say something about melanin. When somebody says something about hair, you say your hair is an antenna. It's like it's the same things over and over again, and then you're not open to any type of challenges because you've already told yourself that you're the head of the planet and that you have the top knowledge on the planet and nobody can mess with you. And it's like you believe that over time. You start to
Yeah,
believe that. And then where
that's
is there, and like when you believe you're at the top and you find out you're not at the top, then by default the only direction you have to go is down. So a lot of times, that can be hard to accept. Like literally for not only was I wrong for 4 years, I was arrogant in my stupidity and ignorance for 4 years. On top of that, it's on the internet for everybody to see. So how do I now go up against this amount of arrogance and confidence and say that's not me, or I don't believe that anymore? Because the videos suggest something different, and I don't I don't find it offensive when people think like, oh yeah, y'all wouldn't have never left if he wouldn't have went to jail, or y'all going. Even there's people that's like, oh y'all going back if we get out. And it's like
mm,
I understand why y'all would think that.
yeah, and and like it's okay. Like that's the thing that the women there don't realize yet is that it's okay to say like this isn't for me anymore. I don't want to do this. It's okay. And it's okay that people may not understand why you stayed so long or what was going through your mind, what your process was like. It's okay that that's not clear to other people because you are living your life. Like you're the one that has to live and be happy. And if like I'm looking back, I'm like, I was very unhappy, like miserable, in fact. And why should I live that miserable life just on account of I'm being loyal though? Or because people online see me as this, I have to continue to be that.
Right.
Like I can't ever live a life for that. And being that in defense of something like that only shows just how insecure you are about it. Because if if carbonation is like this real thing with a real belief system, a legit organization, basically, if it's that, then there would be less talking and more doing. There would be less defense and more just like showing improving, and like confidence. But what you see is people that just like me at that when I was a part of it, you see people with not a healthy sense of self-worth and self-value, not a healthy sense of confidence in themselves because they're always so easily disturbed and disrupted by what other people are doing and saying. They're always so concerned about, you know, the haters and
That's weird.
what
That's weird,
them
right?
trolls are saying. But if your group is legit, it shouldn't even matter what anyone else is saying about it. It should be so legit that it just proves to be legit. But that's the thing. It can't stand up to scrutiny. So it has to be constantly defended, but that only shows how much insecurity is there. And I think like when those women come to a healthy sense of self-worth and value, and know like I don't need this no more because I know who I am and I know what I deserve, that's going to be a thing of the past. Like, oh no, you could stay right there in that cell, dude. Like I don't have to be loyal to you because I know what I deserve. I know my worth. And I have confidence that I can be whoever I want to be in this world. I can even go out here and live in nature and, you know, invest my time in herbs and natural healing or holistic living. I can do that, but I don't need you to do that. But the thing about carbonation, it's not about doing any of those natural things. It's about defending carbonation. It's about defending this guy. That's what carbonation do. That's the whole mission
Yeah.
now is just like being in defense of what this guy is. Because just to say or to admit that it's not what we say it is, it's not what they say it is, it's like that's an embarrassment. They can't do that because it's too much insecurity there. You know, somebody that's confident in what they believe don't have to say, "Hey, let me let everybody know why we stand 10 toes down to the ground for this." Like you don't have to say
Oh my
that.
goodness! Like that's
You don't
what
have to say that.
I'm glad you said that, because people are who are secure in anything, they don't have to go out of their way to prove to anybody that they are who they are, or that they have what they say that they have. You'll never see Bill Gates ever saying I'm rich, or going out of his way to prove that he's rich. Everybody knows that Bill Gates is one of the wealthiest people on the planet. But for me, I feel like it goes back to like child level, that when people have to go out of their way to prove that they are something, it is simultaneously confirmation of how much they don't believe it. Like if every day I get on here and I have to prove how hard I am, how tough I am, how gangsta I am, that in itself shows how much I don't feel that way. And it's
Right.
like, in their minds, they think that the people they're talking to don't possess the intelligence to see beyond the surface presentations that they always do. Like, if you look at Carbonation in conjunction with what you were saying, it became more about presenting the idea that we were doing something rather than
Mm,
actually doing it. People used to always ask, what if y'all built? That was a legitimate
exactly.
question. And your response is, oh, y'all can't see it. What I'm building, it can't be seen with the human eye. So wait a minute, we're talking about living
Yeah.
sustainably, then why don't we have a sustainable village? And why are we
Yeah.
acting like a sustainable village has been done before?
Yeah, we're acting like
Yo,
it's so unattainable. And then it's like but we're almost acting like we did have it with the propaganda, like the photos of us
yeah.
all dressed tribal and at the waterfall. And we're like, yeah, look at, we're tribes, or, we have our village and these are our little individual tribes. And look at us, we're doing, but that's propaganda because, that's not true. Like, that we're staying in the Airbnb. You know what I mean? Like we are like that was what was going on. So it's like actually we're not living sustainably. We're going to Walmart like everyone else. So this is propaganda. What we're showing people, I mean, everything was staged. Like I had to come to that realization, just recent. Well, maybe not recently, but over the past year, just like wait, everything was staged. Like
Everything was that.
pictures, videos, everything was staged because it had to look the part, it had
And
to look like we were.
you know what's scary about that is that there's probably not. I don't think there's one honest picture in Carbonation. Meaning that I don't think that there's
No.
one photo that was taken where it was just people in the moment of doing something.
Yeah, just genuinely
Everything,
doing it.
it
And
was
that
like,
exactly, sucker free. Exactly.
yeah, that's what's,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
it's like we acted like people couldn't tell what was really
yeah.
being portrayed. Like people couldn't tell that people weren't happy, that people were being told how to pose. And like those videos did not look authentic. Like I just happened to, we all just happen to be having a conversation where everybody's smiling and laughing, and that's not real.
That's a hard pill to swallow too. Is that after all these years, you have to come to the same conclusion that people been seeing from the door. It's like, bro, you're not the head of the planet. Y'all ain't
Yeah.
no geniuses. Y'all ain't leading the black community. This is what y'all
That's,
actually are doing, and this is what
yeah.
we've been trying to tell y'all for years. And we are literally trying to write the people off in the comment section as not credible and just gonna say, oh, they're demons and they're in their lower self. All right, man. Whatever you need to do to keep your fantasy going.
Somebody asked a question. Oh, what country or state was your favorite? Mexico for me. But then, like, when it comes to like environment,
I
it was
like Puerto Rico.
Mexico because I like Puerto Rico, but my memories in Puerto Rico aren't great. But I feel like I have more positive memories in Mexico, kind of. Ugh, I didn't. But like on the nature aspect of it, and
Yeah.
then as far as just like over time, I would say that time that we spent in what were we at, like South Carolina, and it was just me and you and Ja and like Tori and
Oh yeah. Pretty much
Jalen
the
and
best.
Nubia.
If
That was like the best time for me.
the best moments is
It
when
was
the
so
co-leader
peaceful.
wasn't there.
Yeah, that was the best time. We had a little house and we were all just, and then Ja was learning how to crawl, and like that's my favorite memories of being in a place at that time was when it was just us, and he was like in California somewhere wilding out, and we were just by ourselves. It was so peaceful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so oh man, it's so much, man.
Oh, what is this? Oh, that was a lot of questions. Oh my god. No, I wasn't Yoshi. But hey, I'm most likely stay tuned and you guys will know all those answers too in the future. Those type of like really personal things. Yeah, Yoshi has a lot of questions about that. Yeah, so yeah,
It's, yeah.
that's a whole subject in itself that is deeper.
Yeah.
And you probably tired, huh? Have your sleep
Yeah.
over
It's
there.
almost freaking 12. Said
Okay.
it's 11:40. All right.
No, Peach, I don't.
I ain't even some of these questions like I don't like I know like I don't have to like it's like certain questions is kind of like
Yeah.
you know what I mean like I some questions I just let go by because like I'm never gonna be in the camera screaming and spitting on my phone and it's like it's almost like I don't want to assume you're trying to be disrespectful but it's like I just I just I just manage my energy you know what I'm saying
That's true. Yeah,
I
it's a
feel like
lot of things.
huh
I'm sorry, it's a lot of things you really just can't answer in that type of form, like with somebody commenting and asking it. Like that's not for me at least. It's like I'd rather have a different type of interaction with those type of questions than just be like reading it out of a comment and answering it that way.
yeah
You know, because
well
sometimes you don't know what the person is really asking.
yeah because and that's why I said that I didn't like I don't you'll never catch me on here cussing nobody out or telling them about themselves because when it comes to communication, as far as this is concerned, them typing it in the chat, it leaves out a lot of context that I need to understand what exactly it is that they're asking. And I've seen a lot of miscommunication happen online because of that. I can't hear their voice and I can't see their face. So I could be misreading their question with my own interpretation. But it just was a question that was kind of like, you know, I kind of was a little bit bothered by it because you
Yeah,
know that I just feel like you know if would you want the person who robbed you or broke into your house would you want them to be released you know what I mean so it's
that's true. That's true.
you know what I mean because it's kind of like what type of question is that but I also reserve the
Mm,
room that maybe this person is not as aware because I know that people come into this in different degrees you got some people who have been following this for 3 years some people just now find out about it so I didn't want to attack that person but I will say that I was bothered by that question because I felt like it was kind of like almost self-explanatory. You know, it's kind of like
yeah,
asking me, you know, do you still go by your code name? It's like, why would I? You know what I mean? Like, why would I go
yeah,
by my code name? You know what I mean? Why would I want to attach myself to an identity that is associated around such a negative time in my life, you know? So
yeah. Lisa, hey Lisa. But
Lisa, if you have a
yeah, I realized it's like in that moment, like I don't have to even answer every question. Like, like if I don't feel like it, because that's real. Like I mean, I love that people I have interest in, what exactly I felt and was feeling inside of the code. And I love that people take interest in wanting to know, like, hey, from your perspective, what was going on for you? Because I feel like, you know, people should know if they're interested, if they're invested, like, oh yeah, like I'm open to letting, sharing my perspective. But at the same time, I'm a real human with real emotions. And like every time a question is asked, I don't have to answer,
yeah,
not every time, because it just might not be the day I want to talk about that or a time that I want to talk about that.
this,
Like sometimes I really don't want to go there. Like that's reliving things I really don't want to relive. You know what I mean? Like
and,
other aspects are lighter and I can talk about or whatever. It just depends.
and
But
remember what we was talking about earlier is that um we're no longer obligated to do anything. Like, I mean, we don't have a script to
right,
follow anymore.
right.
We don't have a narrative to defend. Like, we get to honestly come from who we are, how we feel, and what we think. Like, I don't have nothing to defend no more. I don't have nothing to prove. I don't have to get
Mhm.
you to see why you're wrong. Like, all of that is gone. And so when it comes to certain questions that I don't answer, the reason why I don't answer them is because I liken it to a classroom. If I'm a teacher and I'm in a classroom full of 20 students and 18 of those students are eager to learn, why would I stop the class from learning, addressing and trying to convince the two kids who don't want to learn? I feel like that's failing the larger whole. I'm not, at no point in human history or human future will we ever be able to save everybody. So why would I look at all of these great questions and all of these great comments and highlight the one that's being
Yeah.
ignorant and negative?
And
I
then
feel like that's doing a disservice to the people who really want to know and who are like, I ain't on that type of
that's
time.
true.
And
That's
so it's
true.
like, why would I, as the people who are coming in the room, they like, I'm listening. I like what you're
Yeah.
saying. I have legit questions. And then, but now
Mhm.
you're veering off and you're talking to
Right,
the person.
right.
Like, why would I, it's say, and also one of my favorite things is if you entertain a clown, you become a part of the circus.
Mhm. Yeah,
And if I
exactly.
recognize that somebody's stupid, when I engage in, if I recognize somebody's stupid and then engage in conversation with them, now I'm stupid.
Yeah.
So I don't have to play with that. There's
Or
there's so many
mhm.
people in this room that are in flow with what we're talking about naturally. For me to veer off of that course and highlight the person who's out of the flow with what we're doing is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna do that to the people who are like, who really understand
Mhm.
what it is that we went through and who find value in it. I'm not gonna do that to them, man. That's not fair, man. And I'm not gonna do it to my own self, sitting up here spitting at a phone and arguing and getting upset. Like, come on, man, that's crazy. That's one thing that I thought was such a waste of time. We're spending hours upon hours arguing with somebody who's trolling to prove what?
Yeah, we was just talking about that. It's just clearly that just clearly means that
It's like if I go to a
yeah,
concert,
you're highly
if you go to a
insecure.
concert and you see your favorite artist and you don't paid your money, if somebody act the fool, do you want the person to stop performing, or do you want security to come get that person out of there?
Yeah. Mm.
I'm not gonna let one or two people spoil what it is that we got going on here. I stand on the fact that Bigo is as messy as you are. and I'm not messy.
Yeah, it was real calm. Like when I first came into the live, I was like, it's so calm over here. But I don't be on Bigo anyway, like phone or anything.
Appreciate that, Keisha. I'm not messy. Lionel Messi. Rican. Appreciate that, Rican Kitchen. Them little bananas from Puerto Rico were so good. Them little bitty ones, the little small ones, they way better.
I remember.
They're way like we used to get them from the side of the street.
I
Appreciate
remember you
that.
used to get them, but I feel like I don't remember eating them.
Oh yeah.
I remember eating the little bananas in somewhere else though. Mexico, I think it was.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh no, I feel like by Puerto Rico, I was just like walking around them or
Did it
something.
have sweets?
Like,
Oh yeah. Nice to see you too, Anesu. Grandma.
didn't even taste the food anymore.
What you talking about?
No, it was just like I don't remember the taste in Puerto Rico. Maybe I was numb by then.
The taste of what? You talking about the bananas?
The taste of the banana.
Oh, I don't even know if you was with me. Me and Courtney spent a lot of time in Puerto Rico, so we was always out. We was always riding somewhere. So
I remember like y'all were like foraging the bananas and stuff, and like sometimes people would come back with the bananas and hang them.
yeah.
But I just don't remember eating them. So maybe I just wasn't.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
But yeah, I think I'm looking forward personally to having a discussion with former members of Carbonation. I think that would be good to actually talk to each other without that ever present filter in place of, you know what I'm saying, sticking to the code and what you're supposed to do and what you're supposed to say. So, and I also think that it's helpful to hear people who went through a similar experience as you did affirm what it is that you were thinking. You know what I mean? Like, because I was telling this lady in the messages, she said she also went through a cult experience, and she didn't tell me, you know what I'm saying, what cult it was, but I was telling her that leaving a cult can be a very isolating event because, I mean, who you gonna relate to? Like, hey man,
like we're lucky to have each other to talk to about it, but not a lot of people have that.
Yeah. I remember we would say that, like, it's so helpful to talk to somebody and you don't have to ask yourself, do they believe you or do they know what you're talking about? Like, you know.
Yeah, or when I'm talking about it, it's like, I know this sounds totally crazy, but to you, I know it's like, you know exactly it's not far-fetched.
Yeah. That's like, even I remember, appreciate that, Anesu. I remember just telling people, like, I didn't come up with a story. I didn't tell them, I was traveling, and like people might be like, where you been, bro? Where you been at all these years? I just tell them straight up. I was in
you did. And that's so brave.
You know what I mean?
And I was telling people I was traveling.
Man, I was an international student.
Traveling.
I was an international student. Yeah,
I just decided to go backpacking across South America.
I was a digital nomad.
Trying to sound smart, right?
Yeah, dress this up. Let's put some sauce on here real quick. Put some sauce on there.
Yeah.
Put some seasoning.
Yeah, I met my husband in Mexico and had my son in Nicaragua. We were just, traveling.
Yeah. I was a digital nomad. I was a digital nomad. Yeah, digital nomad. Oh,
Don't search my name. Don't search my name.
Yo, the Amber Alert gets you every time, boy.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah, Amber.
Dang.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Breaking my heart.
Dreadhead.
Went to study abroad.
I was an exchange student.
I told somebody like, they was like, so yeah, what you been doing? I'm just like, yeah, I was traveling. I just thought, like, why not drop out of college and go travel? And they were like, wow, as you should. And I'm just looking at them like, you have no idea.
I'm saying, look, you know what I
did not know what was going on.
It's like, remember we was talking about that show, the episode of different cult leaders coming together and arguing why their group is the chosen. Like, I thought of another cult scene, like a cult funny skit scene And remember, did you see Key and Peele? Do you know what that is?
I mean, I know who they are, but I don't. I never watched them.
Okay. Never mind. But the people in the chat might get it. There's an episode on Key and Peele where he's being asked these questions, and he's trying not to answer the questions, and he just keeps sweating. Like he keeps sweating,
Oh,
and like I think about that. Like that's how you feel when people ask you questions, and you know the answer to the question is gonna sound crazy to them, so you kind of like just pause and you be sweating like, so
that
yeah, what have you guys been doing for the last
that
4 years?
feeling is crazy.
Sweat,
That recently happened to me.
sweat, sweat,
That recently
sweat.
happened to me, and I'm like, this lady is gonna like make me tell her I was in a cult.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I just felt like I don't have no choice but to tell
Uh-uh.
her at this point because she
Right.
kept asking me questions. She was like, so so this and so I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just at one point I was like, you know what? I don't really usually tell people this.
Usually I don't do
She
this,
was
but
like, I was like, I don't usually tell people this, but I was in the cold. She was like, oh my
cold.
god,
Look,
that is
uh-uh.
like some stuff you see on the movies.
When they hit you with this, hey, 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 you was on YouTube sweating, sweat.
I ain't had that experience, but I've had people look at me and I just thought like, I wonder if they think they know me from somewhere. But
Hey, you look like the dude that I seen on YouTube. Never mind. Sweating, scared.
when I be in Atlanta, yeah, I be thinking about that all the time.
At the Atlanta airport, like,
Yeah,
hey,
the Atlanta airport, I be like, what are you gonna do?
oh,
Let me hurry up.
I thought you were Ludacris, man. My bad. You scared, sweating, sweating.
I swear people be staring at me at Atlanta airport. I feel that way
Hey,
all the
hey,
time.
hey, ain't you on? Didn't I see you on YouTube? Oh, you look like the rapper I know. My bad, man.
He said, have y'all cut somebody out? Have you come across anyone y'all cussed out yet? Oh, like somebody online you cussed out. Well, I ain't really cuss people out though,
No,
but I
no,
ain't come across somebody.
I ain't came across nobody in real life, except for that lady that threw that water on me
Oh
and
yeah,
Gatorade
right.
at Publix. But after leaving,
Scary.
I mean at Whole Foods, but after leaving the code, ain't nobody said nothing to me. Ain't nobody seen me. Ain't nobody recognized me. But
Tasha K did, of
oh yeah,
course,
I seen
but
Tasha K at the airport. Yeah, that was crazy. I'm like, out of all the possible times that we could be coming to the airport, and as big as Atlanta airport and busy as it is, ran right into Tasha K.
Mhm.
And I'm up here, and at the time, I'm up here really thinking Tasha K interested in us, but she looking at, look at these crazy folks. We swore we were
Right.
so interesting, and people came to talk to us for some insight and knowledge, but people wanted to see how long this was gonna last and how crazy this was gonna get.
Yeah. Somebody said I would have looked and not said anything. That's how I feel people be doing. I feel like they be looking, not saying nothing, but they be thinking like,
They over there
oh,
like
and
this.
I think that's just all in my mind.
They,
Right. I be
they
feeling
over
like,
there
is
with
they
the phone.
recording me?
They over
That's
there
just
like,
all in my mind. I was like, there's not that many people that really was really engaged in the story that can recognize me, But I be feeling like because they see me with job, I be like, oh my god, they don't know.
they know. And I
But
got all these
I don't think so.
tattoos. I'll be like,
Yeah, it's
they got
like
me, they got me. I'm like, they got me,
I
they
be
got
afraid
me.
I'm gonna see them like spotted. We spotted
Yeah, yeah,
Kendra and Ja.
yeah.
Oh, getting some Popeyes.
Well,
Like, oh,
Aaron at McDonald's. Paparazzi. I swear paparazzi on your back. Ain't do nothing.
no. Oh, he's so good. Ja's good. He's good. I'm gonna have to actually like got a whole bedtime routine to do.
I'm telling you. But we definitely appreciate y'all being here, man. We enjoyed y'all. We look forward to talking to y'all another time. But it's getting late, and you know it's Motivation Monday tomorrow,
Mhm.
so we got to get up and get to it, man. I got to get up and get to it.
Okay.
But all right, I will talk to y'all probably tomorrow. Thank y'all for showing up as always, man. And yeah, we'll see y'all next time.
All right, guys. Yes, yes, yes. I'm doing like three things at one time. Yeah, he was talking to Kendra. Hey, Pooh Bear. Hey, Miss Rod. They are out the cult, but now we're gonna get to the part where all of them on Bigo. Plus, it takes a long time to change and heal from living in a cult. Not a few months or a year. It takes a long time. So he's delusional, and he is that same person without cursing. Hey, my boo, Chrissy. You listening and working? All right, baby. Hey, I'm gonna before we get to that, before we get to them on Bigo or all of them on Bigo, I'm gonna drop the link. If anybody got something to say, come and say it. I would like to know how y'all feel about what he's saying, what y'all think is going on. Is this actually the truth? I would like to know how y'all feel. If y'all want to hit the link, hit the link. Boss lady ass is up. Boss lady, hit your ass the link. Hit your butt the link, girl. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. So you go all the way back. But somebody hit this link. Tell me what's going on. Show me what you're working with. Hit the link. But watch yourself. Show me what you're working with. Before I go into them on Bigo. That's why I'm starting off early today. Yeah, I am now. I am now. I am now. Hit the link. Like sometime I don't panel because people was trying to say that we jumping them and all that other stuff. So now it's just me. So they can't say, oh, the panel got me. No, the panel ain't saying nothing. It's just me. Now you can't do that lie. You can't make it seem like everything is a setup. Ain't nobody gonna ain't got no time to be setting y'all up. So now you can hit the link too, Coffee. Hit the link, Coffee. Anybody that want to hit the link, hit the link. Your butt can hit too. Now when I hit the link, boss lady, hit the link, Coffee. She still got boss lady, you got to put your number in the back.
Okay.
I don't know how I keep. You better find your phone. My number's still the same. Hey, Coffee.
Hey y'all.
Like a my
What
business.
what
I
y'all
got a
doing?
different phone now.
Boss lady, what is that avatar?
Pastor
That's
P.
Pastor P.
Oh, it is.
She's always had that. You probably never paid her no mind.
I had it. I had it.
Yeah, he's but that you know what? We still gotta, show him some support. He got into
Yeah,
that
yeah,
bad accident.
yeah,
How's he
yeah.
doing?
Well, they say he's doing okay, but they say that he got real critical injuries that, he probably won't recover from. We don't really know because
Yeah.
his family haven't came out and said anything, and it just be a bunch of speculation on Beagle. So you never know.
You
Yeah,
know
and
what,
then I
boss
made a
lady?
video, boss lady. His brother was like, nah, that I'm like, well, then come on and tell us.
Y'all know what? I started following him on Facebook that long ago.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He was so funny to me.
Remember, he was a comedian.
Yes, it's hard to get a laugh out of me. That dude was
I'm gonna go
cracking me
back to
up.
some of them old ones, right, boss lady? When we used to be cracking up.
Crack it up.
But I gotta go back and find them old ones when we was just cracking up. He was like, oh
Coffee.
Lord.
Did you see the video that Suge had? It was her intro, and that was when he was in the shower.
No.
Girl, we used to be having a ball off of that.
We would do that on the other one. We'll do that on the other one.
On our cut up channel.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah,
we would
yeah,
be
yeah.
cutting up. He would be in that
That's
shower
that's the case.
dancing, and he'd get
Because the
out and dance.
copyright, them copyrights come with that, right? So the copyright strikes come
Oh,
with
you
that.
know what? Sugar showed a little snippet. I did see a little snippet.
We used to have what we have fun. Now, how do y'all feel about this situation?
I don't know. I don't know.
I feel like they should have just stayed where they was at and finish healing. And I don't think Bigo is the platform for them to be talking about how good they doing, because he didn't really sound like he was uh had progressed that much to me. He was still talking the undertone lingo.
Because I mean, for me, I mean, I get everything he's saying because a lot of parts of just being a cult is absolutely true. But the thing is, we knew that. Yeah, they just didn't know that. But we was trying to say that. So it's their learning experience. But for me, if talking about that and not standing up and like all of y'all going down to that damn court office and say what happened to you guys and whatever.
Right.
That to me that defeats the purpose.
Right. You haven't really confessed, the whole thing. You just telling us about it, which we already know.
Because even if you, it's not even just the point of confessing it, it's the point of why you ain't trying to keep him where he at. If he did all of this to you, why y'all not down there saying this is what happened to me? And this is what some of the things that he more charges should be added.
You
He
know,
should. You've been saying that. You've been saying that.
I'm almost certain they've talked to them folks though. You know,
To
I
who?
can I can damn near guarantee they talked to the popo already.
Yeah, maybe that's why he don't really
Mm-hmm.
go into too much detail, because he's going to be end up being a witness.
I can damn near guarantee that.
Was he? Was
Or
he
give us a
even?
clue or something, shit.
You know, there's just no way in hell that.
And then they got back with Keys, the same person
Yep.
who was caping for him,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Right.
So I'm going to show that, and then I'm going to get to the video with all of them on the platform,
That was
right?
just what y'all a little bit over a month ago when his ass was
This
over
is
there
all
talking to
now.
Keys.
This is recent.
No, I'm saying when Nature Boy was over there talking to Keys, that was just that was recently before he got his privileges taken away.
Oh, right, right. Which he ain't had no damn business.
Yeah,
Exactly, sis.
he was over there when and
It,
Keys was caping for him. That was what 2 months ago.
hey, Paula. And then I will be back later, guys, with the three setup sisters, right? The three setup sisters. That's because they should have left me
It's so
alone.
crazy to me because one of them used to be over here hanging out with us.
No,
Yeah.
no.
All of them have been through
Elemental
it.
P.
Yeah, I'm surprised at
Because
her.
hmm,
I'm surprised at her.
She's on a trying to get content kick.
But you know what too? She's really really close friends with what's that lady's name, y'all? That went off on the Jaguar and they got into all that legal crap about children and the C word and what's that lady's name?
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Well, I was trying to
Mm-mm.
figure out how she
I
got
can't even
so.
think of her name.
Mm-mm. But here's what I was trying to figure out how LMSTY
That's
had
why I
got
call her
so.
Elemental P.
I was trying to figure out how she had gotten so disgruntled with you when she used to like to hang out over here. But I remembered that lady is her very, very good friend. And I believe that she thinks that you took Suzette's side
Who's the
opposed
hell is Suzette?
Jaguar. You know I call about her
No,
real
no,
name.
no, no, no. They didn't think nothing.
No.
I'm just trying to figure out how she
No,
all of a
there
sudden
is
just went
no
crazy
figure
on you.
out. They tried to put a diversion there to
That's
send people
crazy.
after me so I can argue over that instead of how her name became my passcode.
Sugar, that is crazy as hell
See,
to me.
you're not gonna divert me.
Yeah, that's
You ain't
crazy.
gonna have me going around town. But no. I don't have to explain that.
Here's my left hand. Look
That's
at my
not
right
what
hand.
happened. She thinking that if people keep asking me, well, am I throwing this person name, throwing that person name? Now
Look at the
people,
shiny thing over here.
whatever people got to say, they can make it doesn't that doesn't make me no matter. You're free to
That's
do whatever you
crazy.
want to do. What I need, I got hacked live.
That's true.
All that other stuff has nothing to do. You can put whatever in. See, by the time I take proving, no, I'm with this person. No, I'm not with that person. No, I'm not.
That
None.
is crazy.
That's things that don't need to be explained. What need to be explained, and then this other girl acting like she forgot. That's why I call them the setup sisters. Them three are the three setup sisters. Because it went from her and then Elemental P minding my business. And then this one is friends with Elemental P.
That's
And all three of them
crazy.
working together to take out people. It
Oh,
just so happened I was not supposed to be in the equation because they didn't have no idea that I was going to click on her name and get hacked. So that was the boomerang. See, that's how God worked. Being that they believe in God, I believe
that
in
is so
God.
crazy to me.
So then
All
now
that.
that makes me question a lot of things that they have did and said. Now I gotta
Uh-oh.
look at you because
Mm,
a
mm,
boss
mm.
said you better pop your butt back in. That's what I'm saying. No, we ain't gonna play this game. I don't have to fight for who I'm with and who I know, whatever. We've been said that a long time ago, Coffee. We go where we want to go.
Yeah, and see me in my real life, I have to always have a reason for people doing weird shit. Like I need a reason.
Mhm.
That I just do.
No,
And I
we don't care about their reason.
I mean, I could care less about it really on YouTube. I'm
Mhm.
just inquisitive enough. I just like wonder
Our
what
brain
makes
don't work
people
like
do
that.
the weird shit that they do.
Our brain don't work
Exactly.
like
So
that. We
then you gotta be guilty because you put in, oh, he's a carbonation hater. Well, goddamn, you didn't know that? I
That
got
is so
50
weird.
million videos showing I am.
Yeah, so
So
what?
you making it seem like because I'm a carbonation hater, you make everything. I ain't taking up for nobody, but you made everything he said correct. Because if we speak upon carbonation, and
That
she got the whole carbonation crew open door in her house,
and
live in her
anybody
house.
knows if
then
you
that's
say
how. So
anybody knows if you are kind of related to carbonation, he is gonna be on your ass.
Huh?
so now I got to see why you stayed on that panel, because that's a setup.
Now, boss
Now
lady, she
y'all the
said sugar.
setup
She was
queens
like,
now
I
because
saw
they
her.
was trying to get evidence, as she said in the video yesterday, to give to the popo.
She had said, boss lady, which came out of nowhere, that she saw sugar over in somebody's. But
Oh,
so
she
what?
was making up all kinds of stuff. That lady was
Yeah.
grasping for straws.
But even if she was
In
over
her
there, so
video,
as of what?
her video sounded ridiculous. You could tell that she was just diverting. She did not even address what Suge was talking about. That
At
girl went.
all.
She
No,
went
she
back to
tried
when
to
she was
play.
like
What she
13
tried
years
to
old.
do was thought that me was when she sent people after me, but people were smart though. They didn't fall for it. She figured out throwing Jaguar names, so the Jaguar haters will come get me. So I'm gonna be explaining all day. Am I that I didn't got nothing to do with
That's what
that.
I'm saying. It was
Hi,
so all
whatever
over
you
the
think
place. I
about,
couldn't
whatever
make heads
you
or
think
tails of
about
it.
that. First of all, I was already removed 2.5 months.
Damn.
I was removed from everything. And Boss Lady knows how many years, Boss Lady, when we get into May, I go, listen, we're going to be team stay up because I'm not going to be on that much because I
Cause
know
you
the
got them
season start.
churn. You got them
Right,
churn.
So that
right, and
goes
this
from, you could go to any video, check around May. You're going to hear the same goddamn thing.
Yeah, you got them churn.
Cheering. Right.
You got them damn churn.
So I'm already 2.5 months removed. I don't know what's going on. I even said to the chat, let me know what's going. Y'all was filling me in, and I was like, well, who's this? And who's that? And who's this? And who's that? Right? Because I cover it. And nobody can't tell me not to cover it because I don't know how long people been covering it because I don't know their channels or whatever. But I know I done ran past this 3 years ago. So nobody can't tell me not to cover it. And I wasn't vile then, so I don't have to be vile now.
Yeah, I mean, it's your lane. Like, what are you talking about?
So she implies, she put that there for, I seen the video, she put that there for a reason. And then you're going to say to me, I ain't watch it, but these people hate her. That's not why I did that video. You did, no. You fucked up right there. And then you put the title of my video, then you put Sean and them under me. Like, no, that's not my video. You made it sound like it was one. I was by, my video was by itself. You lapped that. No, you trying. Nah, that's almost sneaky stuff. You trying to imply something. Now
That junk is
if
crazy.
you was really for God, number one, you didn't watch the video. You didn't even reach out to me because your video should have been about her hacking, not
The
asking me.
crazy.
Right, not about. You didn't even watch it. So why you
No,
put me up there?
that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm asking about. Like, what the
And you
hell,
know,
lady?
Coffee. You know, don't come at me biblically.
The
Don't
girl
do
said
it.
she forgot, is what she said.
We all forgot.
But I haven't heard her stand up for God not one time.
Not yet. Not yet, boss lady. Not one time.
So she's proven herself to be a
A
untrue
setup,
person.
the setup sisters, part of the setup
Mhm,
sisters.
mhm,
Because
mhm.
if, don't get me wrong, if the people that she claimed he done wrong, I would let, if she was dealing with them, that's one thing. They left it alone,
Yep.
right? So you can't get them to help you. So you and Genesis got together and set that man up. Remember, I can't speak for everybody. I'm not insensitive. I don't know what happened there because them other people I've never seen, right? I never seen. So I'm not even talking about them. So I don't want to hear nothing about, oh, she justify what? No, I don't justify. I'm talking about what's in front of me.
But you know what? That MSG, she's always been in controversy.
We done gave her all new names, right? Element. I call her Element of
Boss
Peace.
lady.
I call her MSG.
Yeah, she is bad for you. That
Boss
bad chick.
lady, USG.
She always been in a messy lane though. She's always got her 2 cents in something and it always negative.
Then she gonna
I
say,
stopped
"Well,
watching
I
her.
think," and not to mind you, she started putting these things in people's head. Well, I think it's an error, and who the fuck is you to think for me when I just said what I said?
If it was online, had you watched the
Anybody ask
video,
you
it
your
was
damn
online.
thoughts?
Yeah, I had to stop watching her because she got to being negative.
Cause them are the setup. All three of them are the setup sisters.
And you
They
right,
go around
Sheila.
setting people
Her
up.
video. You right. Her videos went from one subject and then she just went all the way down to just
Then we
different
got
topics.
That's
then we gotta
crazy.
support your channel to take these people down. Girl, okay, you take them off internet, but if they say what if they are what you say they are, okay, they off the internet, then what? They're gonna probably come on another internet. What the fuck is you doing? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying you going to police for what?
Good God Almighty.
That's the time you try to save who you could save and let God do his job. Because can't he asked you to do his job. Then you getting mad because people gonna work with me. Nobody ain't gotta pay you to work with you and
Jeez.
donate. Now, if you say this for your channel, it's different. Now I gotta look at you a little different because you wasn't in my spotlight. You wasn't even in my vision. You know what I'm saying? I knew nothing about you until I'm seeing that come across my feed. Then I see me in there. I said, "What the fuck?" pick me out of all people, and then on top of that, say I didn't watch it.
I'm
But you're
trying to
telling
figure
me why I made the video, but you didn't watch it. Oh no, child, you got me all fucked up.
because had she watched it, she would have known exactly what was going on.
That's because, again, they
Damn.
trying to implant that we doing this because we don't like her because she lied. That got nothing to do with me. That has
My God.
absolutely nothing to do with me. And she should have reached out to me, right? And then as I'm watching her, she's telling on herself and getting mad because you just said she had all these people in the house and all this doing, but she didn't want to work with me. Why you want to work with the goddamn devil?
She
What?
was saying it like her feelings were hurt too, but you don't want to work with me.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So now we got the one. I got the no. I'm not going to go through all of her stuff because.
But she
But the thing is,
molded you know who into how to,
Elemental P should have left me out of it or thoroughly looked at it. But trying to tell me which I did live, and you're trying to explain to me what the fuck I did when I just told you what the fuck I did. Sorry, you two.
yeah,
Showed
that's
you.
Now
Showed you.
I'm like, y'all, ooh, look, I didn't have to. I didn't show nobody nothing. It happened live.
Right.
So that's a big difference. I didn't show you what happened. They saw me click on it live. They seen that the force password change was live. It asked me, do you need to change your password? That was live. When I clicked on to show password DJ Jen, that was live.
right there in the video, live,
You
live.
can't make this shit up. You
That was
can't
live.
doctor it. You can't do nothing. So don't talk about what I could have. Now, why? And then she said, that's going to be on tonight. We're going to get back to this. But them setups, them three now was the setup sisters.
The ass on the docket.
Then talk about salvation and all the girl, stop.
The ass is
Stop,
on the
stop,
Really?
docket.
stop.
You know what I want to know about these two though on the screen, Aaron and Kendra? I want to
Mhm.
know why they're not living together yet at this point still.
Because she in a shelter and he's somewhere else.
Oh, she's not
You
with the
don't
mother?
you don't think she's with her parents? With her
I
mom?
think she's with the parent, unless she might or cannot be no more.
And if she with the parents, they sure don't want to be bothered with him.
They never said that. Girl, I don't even know. Then we got
Because
multiple
Aaron,
babies
he
and
always
all this
talks
stuff.
about what a strong.
They keep it carbon, even though they can say what they want, but they keeping carbonation alive.
Yep.
That's what I said. That's why I said they back in town now, because they all out there. Mm-hmm. And I want to know why he went back to Keys. Well, I guess he will explain it. But I'm like, so is going back to Keys to explain to him his wrongness, and he, because remember he was really caping for him. Well, that didn't happen. Him and Ed. Well, I need Nicole here because I need Nicole with her jokes with Ebony Wigs and shit. Y'all know she terrible, right? Y'all
Okay,
know
well she just be so full of whatever she be full of. She be nodding out and everything. That girl's a mess.
remember her ashes to go right there. Oh man, boy, I say we had some good fucking times. We're gonna have more.
Laughing at her.
He be cracked up. He be
And
cracking up. So
we got this one. He's real funny too. Murder. This guy
and
named
then
Murder. He will have you laughing.
and then I'm and then I'm like, that make me want to now go talk to the police about y'all three. Cause you let it be known you helped her. You say you've been helping her. So was that help to my damn passcode? Was like, I'm like,
At first, Genesis kept saying that she didn't know how to do it and she didn't know what had happened. And then on a whole nother video, she said that she's real good at computers and da 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 da. What she said a name. She said she was a
then she gonna show me a phone. I ain't on no phone.
right.
I'm on the goddamn computer, right? So everything she complained, then you can call me whatever. See, people think, listen, at my age and at you guys' age, if we haven't been called everything in the book already, say something new.
Sticks and stones are hurt.
We've been all called plenty of things. That's the last thing on my mind. What
Yeah,
you
it's
call me?
comical at this point being called that
Yeah,
name.
it's the last thing on my mind. You could call me whatever you want to call. Say what. I want to know about my passcode. You could let them start thinking stuff. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That is a them. They
But
could
you know
figure it.
what? Should
Mm.
getting back to Aaron, the way he was talking, like he must be a witness because he was not really. He wouldn't really speak on Nature Boy. He wouldn't say his name or nothing. He would just say the cult leader. You know, it's like only was trying to say certain words. That's what make me
Mhm.
think he gonna be a witness. And he wasn't really saying, you know, like, oh, he did this to a nature boy would have us do. He wouldn't speak on it just like that. I don't know, it's just something strange about how he was speaking.
See, a lot I missed because I was doing. Yeah, I know when y'all hear me for a while, I'm doing something at the same time. So, but I want to get on this because I'm not finished with them damn setup sisters. They should have left me alone. You should have told me, Coffee, leave her alone, right? And anything else, beef or whatever, I'm gonna let you have your way, right? Even when that shit went down and the video was about me, and they said, "Listen, that's part of that's part of the territory, right? I'm not whatever you said. That's on you. But when you're talking about going in my personal space and hacking my shit, now it's changed." And I'm still not going after her. I'm going after how the hell this happened. Now, as far as people talking, that's a you. That's a you. That's not a me. The same
Why
way
she got
we
to
hear,
get all
the
these
same
people
way we
involved?
hear now talking about people, we're not above scrutiny. Anytime you write something in the chat, you can go out, you can end up arguing with somebody in the chat. Once you say something publicly, you're not above scrutiny. Even if it's right or wrong, it's okay. I'm a realist. So I ain't gonna argue back and forth to you to prove nothing. That's just what you think. I know what I am. I know what I do. I ain't going back and forth with nobody. Oh no, 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 no. Yes, 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 yes. No, I put myself out there. So now they now do. But this is something totally different. Totally different. And she trying to get me off the bandwagon by talking about drunk, and then well, she made it did this, and she was locking into her logging. And why the hell if you just showed I'm already in, why would I have to log in? I'm already in.
We get it.
I know we
We-
get it, but she ain't get it yet, and she gonna get it. And she gonna get it because
hmm.
I'm, and then she always covering for shotgun. And this proves she's still covering for shotgun. Ain't nobody here, but they was there, wasn't they? How did that malware get on your shit? Why are you covering something that you don't even know unless you know? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, she wouldn't say a word either. She was just sitting there like, and I was like, oh, she ain't even gonna try to even say because she wouldn't say, yeah, maybe Shaka or maybe this person or that person. She wouldn't even say that.
That's what was confusing to me, boss lady. That's what was confusing. And then all of a sudden, she fixed the house up. She can't get in the house. Then what's the new house you got? And you left them. I'm like, girl, bye. Girl, bye.
And then
Unless, you
she
know,
couldn't get her story straight on because she said they took the equipment and then she said she left them in the house. So okay, so you was already gone. And then she said she turned the power off, but she said they were there supposed to be there making music. So I mean, come on now.
and then she went from I don't. Then she went from where they moved, and then Laguina got the same thing, and then she got the chance to move. But they was then Laguina she didn't want Laguina to go that far, so she changed it. So then you know where they at. Then she said, "I don't know where they at." Come on now, Come on,
I
shalom.
don't believe nothing that comes out of her mouth at all. It's kind of intriguing to me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of intrigued by the way she can tell a lie and then act like she the baddest thing in the world, then play dumb. Then I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You don't know nothing, but you know everything.
She's been doing this for a long time. If you look at that so-called interview that she did when she was supposed to be at that festival, she said the same thing, that people be don't like her because this and that, blah blah blah. She started off like that.
Mm-hmm. Because the whole 2, 3 years I've been, peeping. You know how there's a personality trait that you absolutely cannot stand?
Hmm.
That she's that for me. It's not that I dislike her because I don't know her. You understand? But that particular personality, I cannot stand that personality.
Not dealing with it.
All she does is lie. She lies when she doesn't have to lie. She lied a lie. Then she don't know nothing. Then she can tell you everything. Oh Lord, look, she run my blood pressure
No, no.
up. All she do is lie, boss lady. All the girl do is lie.
Well, that's what I was. That's what I'm telling you. She started off like that when she did her first little so-called interview. It's supposed to have been at the festival, but she wasn't in one of the bands at the festival. She just was at the festival and just happened to give an interview.
A random ass person give an interview.
Right. Try to act like she was finna be on stage and da 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 da. We still ain't seen her mix,
Not
scratch,
nothing yet. See, what
play a
is that?
concert, where a venue, a dive bar. Show something.
Show you at the cafe or something, because here in Texas we got all kind of crap you can just go jump on. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Shit.
Karaoke. Show me karaoke.
Anything. You can go jump on the ones and twos at a restaurant around here.
Exactly. So where are you doing this at, lady? And because nobody's heard of you.
She claims that she's techno. Now, I'm a music head, but I also haven't went and tried to research it because I'm really more jazz and whatnot. But I'm like,
No.
I haven't seen nothing,
Uh-uh.
you know.
We ain't heard that. Most people, even if you did it back when you was a teenager, they would have still their little samples and stuff, and
That's a fact.
they would have their little portfolio with their
That's a
little
fact.
stuff on it. You know,
And as long as she's been on social media, she would have some clips of something.
exactly. So we're not going for that DJ nothing.
I don't care if it was at somebody's birthday party. You would have a
Exact
clip of it.
anything,
Yeah,
anything.
Yeah,
she could DJ now. She got a whole studio, ain't she said that?
that's what she said.
She got DJ right. She got her two turntables and the mic right now.
Yeah.
Why you got to go back
Yeah,
and show me what you did back in the day? DJ now. Show
right.
us your skills
But
now.
now she can't because Shaka got the equipment. So I can't show y'all
First
nothing
of
now.
all, first of all, she can't win that argument
Right.
because because the network that they're supposed to have is Zulu Nation.
Uh-huh.
So that
And,
now
and who is he? Shaka Zulu.
right. So
Hmm.
that means that's a gift.
That's his equipment.
That's a gift or his equipment.
Hmm.
Even if she bought it,
Yeah,
she gave it to him.
that's
So
his
that would
equipment.
be considered a gift. And
Yeah,
then
she.
you would have to have every
That's
receipt.
why it's not no police report.
Right. Then she will have to have receipts stating it's hers and she bought it. And she would have to have agreements that she put up that he had to sign to say it was her stuff and they're working together and they're business partners.
Use it. Yeah. For X amount of time. If he was supposed to be using it for X amount of time, you're a business lady. Where's the contract?
And then, according to every video, it's him in there making music, not her.
Hmm.
To him in there, as she said, she up in her room and they doing what they doing. So obviously the stuff is
No,
his.
they was in the garage and she was in the house. Remember?
Right. So that means it's his. So he took his stuff. So people think because they say the word, I'm picking you to court, like they gonna win. That's not how life go. That don't mean you gonna win because you're taking somebody to court. That don't mean nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but don't forget, I got the sheriffs watching me. According to the other girl, she tried to bring after me. God dang it, this son of mine's. Y'all can continue.
Yeah, but coffee.
Yeah.
You know what? I just think Aaron uh should have stayed where he was at. I don't know why he went back to Bigo. It just don't make sense to me for him to go back to Bigo, and that's the person who was promoting
Yeah.
Nature Boy the most.
Recently.
I mean, standing up, hooping and hollering and arguing for the man.
Yeah. Y'all got to take the fact that if you just don't like him, you don't like him. Him and Ed, boy, they cut up on that big O.
Yeah, so for him to go back on that particular platform, it's a whole bunch of platforms he could have went on.
Yep.
You know, that's not the only thing that he could have went to was back there. I
He
don't
talks
know.
about how he likes Apple products, like most people do. Apple has an app called AMP, AMP.
Hmm.
I'm on it. And it's like a radio broadcasting situation, right?
Yeah,
And so he could have went to AMP. If you know what I mean, if he just wanted to if he just wants to talk.
exactly. I have a whole bunch of platforms. The one that
Yeah.
the girl that just had the baby, she on a different platform. There's all
Uh-huh.
kind of platforms that he could have went on, but you went back there. That tells me something about you. Whether he want to admit it or not.
That's a fact. He
You
could
gonna
have went
run?
anywhere. He could have went anywhere.
He could have started. He could have started his own uh thing. He got all the he's supposed to be so smart. This is the smart one, remember?
Yep. Yep. Like Blanche said, broke his because boss lady, he could have went back to Big O just on his own on his personal page. If you just want to talk,
Exactly.
why get connected up with that? What do they call it? Those damn agencies.
Right, right, right,
Why
right.
get hung up with an agency? Big O is a free app. If you just wanted to talk and tell your story, you just wanted a platform to vent.
Oh, he went with back to Brandon.
Hmm.
So that tells me that you're not all the way out.
This gonna all come out in the wash.
It sure is. When is his court date?
I don't know.
Why it's so much going on in Georgia that they can't even get a court date for this.
It is. It's a whole lot. It's a whole lot of going on, and they're also not in any rush to deal with this clown.
That's what I'm saying. They got the ex-president and all that stuff going. They got
Please,
all those gangs and stuff that they working on right now and stuff. It's a
please.
lot going on in Georgia.
It's a lot going on. Then these folks constantly coming up with new evidence, and Mr. Buckley, just think about the years worth of video that's out in social media. Them people would never have enough time to watch all that bullshit.
But they are.
That's what I'm saying. That was kind of a tongue in cheek kind of thing. Think about all the years of video. This boy used to be on for 7 and 8 hours.
And they sitting up watching every last one of them. They let him know. They when the police came to his house, they let him know, hey, yeah, we watching you. We've been watching you. We
Yeah,
watching.
when he ran into that lady at the club, he said, "I know you. You don't." He had so many warnings.
Hmm.
You knew them people were watching you, and you still well, whatever. You get what you get.
Hmm. Hmm. And the irony of it all is he got took down by a female.
How about that? How
You
about that? That's
know,
why. That's why Courtney, po thing, bless his heart, is running. But you can run all you want, baby. Mexico is not gonna save you.
oh, he went back to Mexico.
He went back. From what I heard, he went back to Mexico. Went and saw the baby and took his little silly narrow behind back to Mexico. That's not gonna help you, baby. Them people know where you are.
Why he
Folks,
why and so he did all that talking about how he loved his baby, and then you gonna just go see your baby one day and take off?
he was here. Here rather. He was there for a minute, I believe, because before they jumped on camera, she claimed he had been there for a few days on one of those little.
He ain't got no job. He should have still been there.
Yep, he ain't got no job. He ain't got nowhere to be.
Uh, he ain't got nothing important to do. He should have still been there to at least taking care of one of them kids. Then he.
You know, it's a weird thing because I think she still lives with her mom. You know, she calls her mom her roommate, and so I believe it's one of these kind of things. You know, her mom don't care nothing for him at all. So you know how young women are. She finally let him come see his baby. They must have been at an Airbnb because he certainly can't stay at that lady's house. And I think she does work. She has a job.
Yeah, she probably went and got a little place for a few days, so thinking that he going trying just to see what he was gonna do, because this man has not proven himself to be a man.
Yep.
He do a lot of talking, but he ain't proved nothing.
Nothing at all. Nothing. Nothing.
So, so we
And
want to hear
then
this little bit.
you the
Then we want to
father.
get to the
These
big
kids
thing
are
where
gonna look
all of
back
them is
one
on
day,
Instagram. I told
huh?
y'all. That's why I started early. Because I got to get back to the setup sisters.
And those kids are gonna grow up and they gonna see them videos of their father just taking off and taking off and taking off like that.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that.
Yeah, and then exactly, but see, they won't realize until puberty hits with them kids.
Hmm.
Then they're gonna see everything they thought them kids forgot.
Yep.
Right. There you go, Chug.
See, that's how it happened with all of us, including them. A lot of things that they figure the kids don't remember, and then you figuring why they acting out, and you figuring, well, I'm being the best, the best, the best. That's not how life go, baby. Because if it would have went like that, you wouldn't have ended up in a cult.
Hmm.
Once you got into puberty and stuff, and you started acting out, and then on top of that video to show this stuff, so they won't realize a lot of damage until them kids hit puberty. When that testosterone kick in and that estrogen, I don't care how well balanced you have it, it's still just like some people, they don't know why. Like, I don't like the taste of this. They don't remember they tasted when they was younger. They
Mm.
didn't like it. So the parents probably never gave it to them again. But now they older and like, why? I just don't. Oh, when you hear go past a certain block, I don't know why I don't.
Mm-hmm.
How many times we say I don't know why, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't like this or whatever, or I don't feel. People don't know why,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe your old aunt or uncle will say, "Well, you remember when you was young?" And then it clicks.
Mm-hmm.
Then it clicks.
Yep.
That's just
And
how
that's the
life is.
damage. That's the damage that he's doing to these kids. But see, he had his mother and father raised him.
Who?
You know, uh, uh, runaway boy.
Courtney.
Yeah.
Well, he still goes by his cult name, so Solar.
Well, he said, I actually, for some reason, even though Aaron, I just like the name True. That's why I don't call him. And it has nothing to do because I just like the name True, maybe because the guy used to help me out with what my children before he passed. His name was True. So True meant something back then.
Sugar, I want to
These
call him
days it
True
don't.
so bad. I want to call him True so
That's the
bad.
reason why I keep calling him True. But it has nothing to do with that being his cult name. It's
Uh
just
huh.
that I just like the name. But the thing is, he can live up to that name. He can live up to the name.
When he wrote the book, he was true.
I mean, if you got the name True, that means you can live up to the name True,
He
right?
was still.
And
He was
then
still. He was still true when he wrote that book.
and then I get what they're saying. Oh, they're not. No, they are the same person. Even though the same way. That's just like saying, just like in the 5% days, right? When you went from one name to now my name, Peace God, understand. No, you're still the same person. You just changed your name. They're not characters. Just because somebody will say, "Hey, um, I don't want the European name no more. I want my African name." That doesn't mean you're a character. That just means you just changed their names are just changed. You know, yeah, we know they may think we don't understand a lot because we're not in it, but we're much older. Y'all could be our kids. We've seen this time and time again. The thing is, you're waiting for them to come out, which, I'm not mad for you to wait for them to come out, but them coming out and y'all doing whatever y'all can to make him pay for what he did is two different things. That man is a menace to society. So telling us this and not going to, I'm not, listen, I don't know what they're doing behind our backs, but if you ain't doing all of that, I could watch cult shit all day long. Just not with y'all. We could do this all day. Talk about plenty of cults all day. We want to know, what are y'all doing? So hopefully they're doing something.
Anytime I want to get a little bit engaged and, like I said, kind of try to get some of the detest and hatred I hate for them off of me. Well, not hatred, but you want me to believe at your intelligence level, 4 years in the United States Army, traveling, Sheba, for Kendra, you want me to believe with your educated college background, didn't she go to Howard or something?
Mm-hmm.
You two very intelligent, beautiful black people have never heard of cults and cult behavior. Cut it out. Cut it out. And I'm not just saying that. You said that you didn't know what a cult was, that you'd never heard of. That's a lie. And quit lying. Quit effing lying. God damn it, that
No,
pisses me off.
they joined on purpose. They that was their purpose of joining. They knew it was a cult when they joined.
And then, if it didn't start off that way, I wanted to ask Aaron this so bad. The first time you saw him do some weird shit, why didn't you leave then? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. I'm only asking. At the first sign of that weirdom, why didn't you go?
That man did so much to him and his family, and tortured his baby, made his baby sit in the corner, and all kind of crazy ass shit.
That stuff is had that baby on his knees. A baby. A baby. What
And
went
you gonna
on in
tell me
your
you
life
don't
that
feel
you gotta
nothing? He act like he don't feel nothing behind that.
I'm mm, 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 mm.
He won't even bring that up.
I know anything can happen to anybody, and I guess it really is all in the way that you were reared. I don't think there is a human being on this earth that even in my 20s could have convinced me that they were God.
Right.
Not even in my early teens. I know anything can happen, but I can't see that happening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because we'd have had some. See, I got too many questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got too many. I'm not blindly following anyone. Never, at no point. He'd have put my ass out long time ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It wouldn't have worked for me.
I'd have had too many questions for him. You know, I had too many damn questions.
When they were starving in Nicaragua, how come he couldn't get no food and couldn't? No, they couldn't even catch a fish. They
Cause
was.
they damn near starved to death in Nicaragua.
Mm-hmm.
They damn near starved to death. And I seen that other girl last night on somebody's something. Rambo's woman. What's her name?
Um,
Serenity, is that her name?
Serenity.
Baby, listen. Did you see her last night?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's coming up. That's
Oh,
coming up.
okay.
And
Well,
then I heard
I'm gonna stop
that
talking about it
that
because that's a whole nother thing,
oh,
baby.
that's next. That's why I say I started early. I
Sugar,
started
listen to
early
me.
today.
Last night, I never watched YouTube on my TV, but
Don't
I
don't say
put it.
nothing because we
No, I'm
gonna
not listening though.
uh
I put it on, and
uh-huh.
that's why I didn't know who she was on because I saw her face, and
Uh-huh.
I said, "Damn, that looks like old girl." And I saw it was.
I heard all of them made an appearance down to Keys, the other Keys, girl
Honey,
was.
uh-huh.
That's next. That's next. That's next.
Uh-huh.
That's next.
Well, I didn't watch it all because I said I'm gonna save it so I can
But
watch it with
y'all
you.
know for a fact, even if y'all do watch it, act like y'all didn't when y'all on
I
here,
said I
right?
was gonna save it to watch it with you for real. Cause I only watched about like 2 minutes and I was cussing. You hear me?
No, it's not.
I went to cussing, honey.
Oh man,
And
no,
I
they
turned it
not
off.
back, but it's just like they back. Real talk,
Mm-hmm.
it's just like they back.
Mm-hmm.
They keeping that name alive.
Baby, I was in here cussing good at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yo, I was like,
Mm.
let me just go to bed because I'm still on them damn setup sisters, which we will be talking about later. I got this time of the season. I got time for y'all.
Yeah, you got time. You got time right now. It's the holidays.
I got night. Yeah, it's my holidays.
Well, it's the holidays in general, sugar. Shoot, it's October, honey. We, we got Halloween decorations outside. You know I keep my tree up the whole year round for my autistic grandbaby. We got the Halloween tree up.
Oh yeah, and you know me. Before
Oh wait, we on camera. I can plug it up and show you.
you got I saw it before, but you got to remember, the same way when I did used to believe in the Christmas Krampus.
Yeah,
Remember, I used to keep mine up all year too.
you did.
But I had a white one. I don't know why. I don't know. I just left it there. I'm like, so why? Got because time go by so fast. I'm like, you won't notice it. Don't worry about
And you know what else too, sugar? For us, like I said, it's we're big on holidays. My family is, and so every holiday, we just decorate it with that theme.
it. And I'm like, shoot, it saved me time. It ain't bothering nobody. Ain't nothing lights in the tree. Shit. And that's all it is.
Look, y'all.
Uh I'll keep mine up too. I used to do that, but I had a white Christmas tree. And everybody, take it down, take it down. I'm like, no.
No.
And then remember when I stopped doing holidays, and I'm like, it got to go. Will never be no tree here, right? But don't get me wrong. If it's for a child, that's different because now the meaning has changed.
Yeah.
Now, if it's for this holiday, then no. But if it brings the child comfort, now the tree will stay up because it's a different meaning.
Oh yeah, they love it up. They love
But
decorating each holiday.
I just used to like it. I'm like, but shit, it's part of the furniture. With the lights to go together. And if you don't take it down, and then like if somebody has something pretty, because sometimes they'll put something pretty on your door for the New Year's. Now like New Year's is over, like you better not touch it off my door because it was just nice. So I'm like, well, fuck it. And then I'm like, that's part of the furniture too. Shit, got trees in the house. Damn it. All right, let me see what him and Keys had to talk about before we get to the rest of the stuff. Right?
Because these things have been studied for years and they're continuously being studied. So I know that I
I
could
just really want
possibly
to hear what
mess it
Keys
up.
got to say.
So I'm like, watch these documentaries on Netflix. They on Netflix. Everybody got Netflix. Just check them out whenever you get a chance. I'm not expecting you to sit there and read the book like I did, but something like Netflix will keep you engaged and entertained and teach you something about this situation in an easy to understand format.
Outside of doing the research, where do you go from here? Like, what are like your next sort of moves? Are you going to become like, I don't know, a motivational speaker? Like, what are your plans for the future?
I told Aaron I could see him speaking, therapy,
Me too.
speaking.
Yep.
He may not be. I think he's
I hear
downplaying
motivational speaker. That's what I hear. I hear a
speaking.
motivational speaker. I hear somebody who can invoke change, especially when it comes to folks that are getting caught up with, whether it's a gang situation, a cult situation, whatever that situation is, having found yourself in the wrong atmosphere or in the wrong group of people. I feel like you have a great story to tell, which could make you a great motivational speaker as well. Get paid for it.
Asset for a certain community of people, you know.
Yeah.
he may downplay the concept, but I think you'll be a great asset when it comes to connecting with certain people.
Yep.
Well, like I was saying earlier, even though I have about 4 years worth of content on the internet being involved with the cult, there's 25 plus years of content that's not on the internet. And so I say that to say that I've been speaking for a long time. Like I've been speaking since I was a child. And I think that now is something that I seriously want to pursue. And the reason I got back on Bigo is because I feel like it's the best platform for me to continue to exercise that craft. And as far as plans for the future, what I've learned from my life is that I don't like to look too far into the future. I don't like to look too far into the future because I remember planning a future with my mother and she died. So what I've learned about life is to respect the fact that I don't dictate every factor of it. And I like to be flexible enough to move with the curves that life throws at me. Right now, man, I'm doing reconstruction from the things that I left behind while I was in the cult. Credit score was messed up. I'm fixing that. I didn't go to college. I'm sitting on a GI Bill and I'm using that. I'm re-engaging with people because the way I was looking at people was a way that is not gonna get me. It allowed you to maneuver in a fantasy world in the echo chamber created by the cult, but you can't come out here the way that we was talking and exist in the real world. You'll get hurt. You'll either get hurt or people don't want to be around you. So I'm looking at how to properly engage with people after being isolated for such a long amount of time. It's like, bro, the world is not a bad place, dog. If you choose to look at it like that, then therefore it will get you that. So it's a lot of deprogramming. I was expecting for it to happen quicker than it has, but I'm realizing that this is going to be a process. So I'm really just doing the basics of reintegrating myself back into regular society. I look at CNN now to see what's, what's going on in the world versus what I'm thinking is going on in the world. And so I'm also open. I remember coming on Bigo and everybody on Bigo was demons and they couldn't tell me nothing and I know everything. Now I'm looking at everybody I meet. I don't care if it's the lady at Walmart. I don't care if it's the person from DoorDash. I don't care who it is. I extract value. I'll ask people questions to get them talking, to get some value out of something. I no longer look at people as these
So you're saying you got rid of the bias.
Yeah.
Biasness.
Yes, definitely got rid of the bias because they weren't true.
Yeah.
They had some fragments of accuracy, but to label them as the absolute truth would not be accurate. It would not be accurate.
Yeah.
I can learn. This is one of my philosophies, right? No matter who I come in contact with, I can learn something from everybody. And either that's going to be what to do or what not to do, how to do it or how not to do it. And so I pay attention to everybody, bro. I don't downplay nobody.
Yeah, Black Mamba. When I say biases, he did have a certain sense of bias because he wasn't. He was viewing things from his lens without necessarily looking outward.
Hold
like
on.
he just
I
mentioned
think he's talking to somebody
CNN
in the comments.
and
Oh, he's not talking to Brandon?
Yeah, Brandon and Aaron are talking, but I think Brandon is addressing a comment.
So far, what is Brandon saying? Because he was caping for him.
Nothing.
So is he still caping for him or not? This is what we need to know. If you still caping for him, you still teaming, but you're on his team, we need to know.
He's just amen cornering everything that Aaron is saying.
Remember, he was the #1 supporter, called everybody liars, and we out to get them and taking the black women. He said all that.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
So we trying to figure out what's going on here. Ain't nobody safe yet. So before we can evaluate it, we got to listen to see what's going on.
Yep.
Then that's how I usually do it. People don't realize that. But how Paul says it. Sometimes like, if we watch it already, only reason why I had to start watching certain videos because I remember they got music and I get hit with the copyright strikes. Right. So then I had to watch a little bit of it. But sometimes people think we're not going in. That's because we don't know what the fuck is going on. We gotta hear it first, then we break it down. Like some of them already had watched it, so of course. But I like for it to be just a surprise. Like, oh shit! To me, it's entertainment. But let's go. Even though it's their true lives, but y'all made it entertainment.
They made it entertaining
for us.
Yep. Sorry.
Young lady in the store or whatever. So he's no longer looking at things from his perspective without having that knowledge, shall I say?
Well, no, I'm looking at things from my perspective, but my perspective is no longer I'm right and you're wrong. My perspective is what do you have to offer me and what do I have to offer you? Because that's the only effective means of relating with people. Somebody could be sitting on the side of the road, a homeless person, and there's some value there. That's why I love Soft White Underbelly. That dude changed the game on YouTube, bro. He's literally giving people who would have otherwise been ignored the opportunity to share some value, bro. Crackheads, meth heads, putting out value, bro. So I don't look down on nobody. Everybody got gems, bro. Ain't no one person that dropped gems. Everybody got gems, bro. Your story is documentary worthy. If only you knew that.
Yeah. And I also think it's important for people to listen. A lot of times is you just sit there and listen and learn without, cutting people off and reacting too fast. Just listen so you can gain a better understanding. I think it makes for a better, conversation or engagement. So it's interesting as I sit here and listen to you. I'm impressed that you are, that changes progress. Whatever healing you got to go through, whatever journey you're on, I think you're going to end up being in a very good space. I mean, you're in a good space now, sounds like, but when you switch up. And that unexpected can be where, you're placed in a really good position, a blessing, a blessed position. And we're blessed every single day we wake up. But I'm saying in a sense that, something so big that you never realized would happen to you ever,
Don't forget, guys, if you would like to support the channel, hit that like. That is the most free way that you can do to support the channel. If you would like to support it in other ways, you can support it in other ways. But please support the channel. Likes are gladly welcomed. But again, support the channel. I don't even know what they're talking about here.
You know what caught my ear just a moment ago? He was talking about the fact that he doesn't plan anything too far out.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm always looking at the psychopathy of things. Mm-hmm. So he said I was making plans with my mom and she died. If you
talking about True?
He just said that.
Remember I said I think he is still, I don't know if you watched it, but I heard I said that to him. I said that to him on somebody else's
You
page.
did?
Who page was it?
Let me tell you why that hit me. I tell you, and one day you and I will talk offline. I have been grieving so hard for like the past 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, and it comes in so many different forms. You know what? It comes in
Mm-hmm.
different shapes, forms, patterns.
Mm-hmm.
And I have therapy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as intelligent as he is, you kind of lose it when you're grieving.
Yeah.
And he also is not self-aware. I have the
Mm-hmm.
luxury and the gift from God to be self-aware. I know some of the things that I think when I'm grieving really hard make
Mm-hmm.
no sense at all. I know
Mm-hmm.
they don't,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
In my logical mind, I know they don't make any sense. So it kind of makes things easier. He needs, there's a guy named Rob something that's a cult counselor.
Mm-hmm.
He counsels people out of cults. That is what he needs because he was still he's still grieving his mom.
I said that to him, right? And I said um because like like I said, I'm just gonna put it the way I
Yeah,
put
because
it,
it's a
right?
lot. It's a lot.
No, I'm gonna put it the way I put it. Number one, he's a male Pisces child, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this how I came up with that. It's a male Pisces child, just like any other water child. They are close to the people that they come out the womb with,
Mm-hmm.
right? And it's all about mommy, 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 mommy. And I don't know what their relationship was, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then right after that, at that age, she's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And we've never ever so we never ever heard how he dealt with that. That was
Mm-hmm.
the purpose of him even going, because you gotta remember it takes them a while to mature, right?
Mm-hmm.
As
Right, right.
everybody know, it takes them a while to mature,
That's a fact.
right? So even though they smart and they beyond smart, they beyond brilliant, but they always in this what is there? It's not that maturity is not
Those
there.
emotions have to be dealt with, but you
Exactly.
gotta deal with them.
Right. So I'm like, it takes them a little while to mature. So he always followed rules and regulations because he hasn't gotten to the point where he is
Yep.
like it's his. So again, I don't even say that because a lot of people don't
Mm-hmm.
believe in it, but you don't have to. But I'm just telling you what I see. Right. This
Yep.
is why he could never fool me.
He is not
I
self-aware at
see
all.
the
Yep.
missing. I see the missing in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I see the missing of. He may not notice it, but I know what I see. I
Yep.
see the missing something. I'm missing my mama in my eyes. That's why he kept chasing things to get away. So he
You know
went.
what else I call it? I
Mm-hmm.
call it being perpetually sad. And I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone who knows me in my real life knows how me and my father were.
Mm-hmm.
So people, were with the normal, my condolences, this, that, and the third. But I don't need anybody to take care of me. Like, 'cause I'm a tough little broad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But people were literally, and I hate pop ups, people were just coming to my house, though, for weeks and months, still to this day on end,
Mm-hmm.
just checking on me. They would ask me in the beginning, "Are you okay?" And no, I'm not. I would never say, "Yeah, I'm okay."
Mm-hmm.
If somebody genuinely asked me, "Are you okay?" Somebody that loved me, I would say, "No, I'm not okay. I'm not okay." And all I could think was, "Well, we know that you're grieving, but I'm sad." Like that was that small little word. That's the only word I could muster up. I am sad, and I was sad for a couple of years
Mm-hmm.
straight. You know, and he is sad still, for lack of a
Right.
better word. He's sad.
And that's why, like I said, I can't say that's why, but what happens is also as what he is have went through, right? Again, this is just how I see it. I don't know, but what he needed, he got the total opposite.
Yep.
And what he needed was hugs
Yep.
and love,
Yep.
right? Because them young little Pisces, they can say what they want. Just I don't know if anybody's seen. It was a video like with Bone Thugs and Harmony, right? It's an old clip, and they was arguing. They was arguing, just him, and they was like, "You gotta change your life." Because at that point, this the one who got abducted and everything, and
Mm-hmm.
he was going out of it because whatever performance they did, they were like, that was the worst performance ever. We should have did
Mm-hmm.
blah 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 blah. And then as they going at it and they get ready to fight, the other light skinned one, I forgot his name. I'm sorry. He just grabbed him and gave him that hug.
Yeah.
I felt every bit of that hug.
Uh-huh.
It went from getting ready to fight, but he knew that's what he needed. That real, genuine
Yep.
brotherly hug. Not
Yep.
that let's hug.
Yep.
Now
Uh-uh.
he needed to be at that break, and he needed that. And
Mm-hmm.
he didn't get it. A lot of that stuff, that love that he needs as that Pisces man, he didn't
And
get
then
it.
he's an only child, didn't he?
No, he got siblings on his father's side. But even
Oh, that's
that,
right.
this is what he needed.
Yep.
Not saying that he didn't get it. He probably got it, but not on a regular basis. So what does Pisces do when they start going through shit? They pick up habits.
Yep. They pick up habits. They have
That's what
addictive. They have addictive personalities.
addicted. Exactly. So
Yep.
that's where the drinking come in, and then all of this stuff
Yep.
comes in. That's when their tongue becomes sharp.
Yep.
That's why he was able to chew you up and chup, 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 with the
Sugar.
tongue.
I told you he looks just like both my brothers because they're twins. That eldest one is also a Pisces. He is my brother's doppelganger. I want him to do well so bad it makes like no. I really want him to do good. I really do.
So that's why when people was coming at him, that's why he was able to tune out and chew your ass out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. But and I kept saying that's a type of Pisces technique. I get it.
Yes.
I know them.
They
When
will talk under your clothes.
baby, they will sit up there and time they get finished with you.
They'll talk under your
If
clothes.
you ain't got tough skin when they get finished with your ass. But again, that's deflecting so you don't see their real true emotions.
Because they really have low self-worth.
No, they have it, but they have high self-esteem. But the thing is, you playing with their feelings. So if you play with theirs, they gonna play with yours even more harder.
He's
Right?
still dealing with some low self-worth though, because there's no reason why him and his wife and child. I mean, I can't tell people what to do in their relationships, but if you think about it, he gets his VA check. She get. They could manage together. They're just not ready for
But the
it.
thing
It's an
is,
emotional thing, though.
exactly. But the
It's
thing
definitely an
is,
emotional thing.
he's until all his emotions get intact,
Yep.
it ain't gonna work because
Yep.
right, right about now, if she needs hugging and mad hugs and stuff too, he needs it even more.
Yep.
That's like even when my son start acting up, I just got
But not necessarily
no.
from each other, because that's weird. Like,
They're
you
not
think
gonna be
about it.
able.
That's
They
weird.
both
Yeah.
need it. So if they both need it, if they're hugging each other, it's defeating the purpose.
Yep.
Because he needs all of that to be directed to him, and she needs
Yep.
all of it to be directed to her. But
Yep.
far as with him, being that he doesn't have the mother, and then for somewhere down the line, I asked him. He said he never thought about it. So which means he blocked. I think I was on Lisa's channel. Was it Lisa's
Mm-hmm.
channel? I
Mm-hmm.
don't know, but that's the only one question I had to ask him. I didn't want to ask any. I'm like sick of asking comments. Y'all people want me to ask, so I'm not asking the same damn questions. I'm not going to do it. A lot of things y'all want me to do, I'm not going to do.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I
It
got that.
becomes redundant after a
It
while.
does.
Every
It
channel you're not going to get the answers.
it
So
does. Yeah.
ask something different.
Yeah. You can
It's
pretty
not
much.
like people taking anything easy. It's just the fact that it's been asked already
Yeah, it's been asked and answered,
and not answered.
and not answered exactly.
It's been asked and not answered. So
Uh
I'm
huh.
not going to do it. So,
Yep.
but I always knew that because it's something in their eyes that tell a story. People just don't look in their eyes long enough to see it.
Yep.
Right? But I
Yep.
always see in his eyes, and I always saw when stuff was going down. I saw when he left planet Earth in his mind
Mm-hmm.
and went
Mm-hmm.
someplace else. So
Mm-hmm.
while they was arguing and stuff, I don't believe he heard half of the shit, right? Because he was there but not there, right? But the thing is, he's always went searching. So now he always had people tell him what to do. So that's what he was used to. That's what went to the army. People was telling him
Yep.
what to do. So he's
Yep.
always took orders,
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's a great order taker. Yeah.
right?
Yep.
He always took orders. So he has to find out now how to give orders. And it's not going to be done by doing it to a woman. Only way it's going to be fulfilled is when he come into himself, and then he got to learn how to give orders to people, men. Because
Yep.
remember, men always told him what to do. He got to know how it feels now to tell
Uh-huh.
men what to
Yep.
do.
And I was getting ready to say too, one last thing. Him and every last one of them have to stop trying to save humanity and save your damn self. Damn it.
But they don't even know it wasn't even about humanity. They didn't do nothing
They keep
humanitarian.
on talking about, quit even talking about it.
Right. What it is, it's like people don't understand when you talk like that. It's like you're saying, join me. Join me. Nah. That's what it sounds like.
Don't
So
worry about
right,
nobody else right now.
but
Worry about yourself.
him right about now, if people don't listen to, if anybody in his life don't listen to him and just give him that extra love, like sometimes you got Pisces because you gotta give them extra love. That's
That's a
just what it
fact.
is. It is
That's a
what it
fact.
is.
It is
You
what it
gotta
is.
give them extra hugs, extra love, extra reincarnance, and whatever, regardless of what they say, they need that.
And
And then
sugar,
he hit
there's a whole lot to be said about that too. I mean, you know, especially in your formative years. And then his mom died when he was like 13.
girl, you gotta say unalive or something.
Oh yeah,
She started
unalive,
YouTube. She
unalive.
disrespectful YouTube.
Yeah,
I be
sorry, YouTube.
disrespectful.
Yeah,
Disrespectful.
sorry, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube.
So and so that's basically there. So that's why he was on that. He was on that. Being that he's so broken now, only thing they can do is hit you with they slip. They raise the tongue. If I'm feeling this way, you gonna feel this way too. Yeah, I'm
Yep.
broke. I'm gonna break your ass. What?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
Mm-hmm.
ain't gonna be feeling this way by myself.
That's right. That's a
You
fact.
know.
That's how they act.
Well, him in particular.
Yeah, that's how
Him
they
in
act.
particular.
He ain't
Like
gonna.
some of them may not. I'm not saying none of them need hugs, but that one do.
I mean, you preaching to the choir with that because I'm a proponent of hugging children, honey, until they just get tired. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Because it goes a long way.
I gotta show that video. I don't know where it's at. I saw it by mistake. But when that video, when they was arguing with Bone Thugs and Harmony, and he was getting ready to fight the bodyguard. He was just pushing the bodyguard. And that guy, the other one, I don't know, lazy, lazy, crazy, crazy, I don't know. But he just sat there and just gave him a real hug. And everything, the way he hugged them, like, come on, bro, just get your life
Yep.
together.
Yep.
And then next thing you know, that man just put his arms around that. Yo, I felt that in my bones. And sometimes that's what people really need. They expressing out in other things. That's when I guess he was really drinking or whatever, you know. So instead of going in on them, just like get your life together, like stop this, because I mean, it was going to be on and popping. It could have went way worse, but a hug saved the day. A real hug. See, people don't know how to be kind to one another. They don't know how to look past a lot of stuff what people saying and getting to the real problem. But
Yep.
that's going to be something he's going to have to do. He's going to have to now do memorials about his mom. Forget about Nature Boy right about now.
Forget about that dude.
You you have to bring your mother's spirit back. You got to bring her back to life. You're gonna have to go back to where she was.
And
You're gonna have
it's
to
gonna
talk
hurt
to
like
her.
hell.
You're gonna
Yeah.
have to tell her you miss her. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to do things on your own so you can feel her.
Yep.
Not
Yep.
saying that he doesn't feel her. I don't know. But right about now, if you he didn't have to detach from his family because his mama passed. So he didn't have to think about her anymore because he's in the Navy or whatever he was at. And then from there, he's in Carbonation. So all of that is taking him away from thinking about his mama. Remember, they his family now. So now he need to take this time. You know what? Let me picture this woman. Let me, he's gonna have to do that and let her guide him.
That's a
They
fact.
they are the ones that's always talking about we in 3D. So if you know all of this, go call your mama.
That's a fact.
Don't call the ancestors. Call that one.
Uh-huh.
Cause you
Exactly.
don't know who you calling when you saying ancestors. You don't even know they was good. That's why I'm like the ancestors. No, I pick and choose the one I'm talking to. I don't know about the rest of them.
I don't know
You
them like that.
you may be calling some that you ain't had no business calling. Well, the ancestors, no, no. Well, I ain't, no, no. I'm gonna call the ones I know.
We done messed around and conjured up some crap you don't want to conjure up.
You may call the wrong ancestor. You may call the Billy Badass one. You remember everybody still is human. They still did the same shit. Which one you calling? And the ancestor. Oh, you would never hear me in that conversation. No, I'm gonna let them sleep in peace, okay? Sleep however they sleeping. I'm gonna call the ones I know, and I'm not gonna call them ancestors. I'm gonna talk to my grandmother, or I'm gonna talk to my aunt. I'm gonna talk to these people who I've been talking to and feel them. I'm not calling the rest of them. I don't know these people.
No.
I don't even know where they get that saying from. And their ancestors, oh
You know, cause see, I was taught to not do that. Like, don't
hell,
do that.
exactly. But technically, even if like your father went out will be considered an ancestor, right? But you're gonna call him and him only. I'm not calling the rest of them.
Sugar, he even told me not to call him.
Let him. That's what I said. Let me rest in peace. He ain't
As
lying.
as much as as much as he loved me, he said
Leave me alone.
yeah, those are familiar spirits, and God does not make mistakes like that.
No, but
If he
sometimes,
if he wanted you to still be jacking with me and otherwise, he'd have
no, but
left
I'm
me here.
saying we can't help that as a human being, right? If they love us, hey, like dad, like what would you think? Like that just comes in our mind naturally, right? We're not calling them to do anything. It could just be in the thought process. It could be in a record, because they're part of our memory. They're part of our life. See, these people is part of our life. But far as conjuring them to do stuff, now, no, no. No, no. They done did all they could do for you. You better figure it out.
Yeah, you got to figure it out now.
Right. You gotta figure it out. Now, far as talking to them and stuff like that, we do that naturally without even knowing we're doing it. But that's different. Something totally different. Because they're part of our lives. The same way you're talking about him right now, and you will repeat some of the things that he say. It ain't like you conjuring him. You're just speaking because it's part of your life.
Yeah, for real. My little brother yesterday said, "Girl, if you don't sound like, because you know who call your parents your mama." He said, "Girl, if you don't sound like your daddy,"
Uh-huh.
he said, "You
Uh-huh.
sound the same shit your daddy say."
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because he is a part. He is who I am, and I am him.
Exactly. So that's different. But talking about calling our ancestors, oh hell, I don't know. You know how long that go? Our ancestors go back. We don't even know how far it go back. We in 2023. And
Don't
it's
call them.
so whenever my part came, I don't know none of them motherfuckers. They could have been from the BC
That's
time.
what I'm saying.
Past
Don't
away.
don't
Oh
call them.
no. They could have no and no. I don't know where they get that from. But anyway, you
All
can do
these
what you
crazy
want to do.
Cajuns I got over here, baby, leave them where they are, child. Let them stay where they at.
Exactly. Shit, I been called the wrong one. Next year, I'm doing some shit because I called them though,
I
right?
got enough issues with
They
the
like, well,
ones walking on land.
they like, thank you for calling me, because woo, like, nah,
Devil
no.
is a lie.
But anywho, again, that's like, it was a show I was watching. It was a good show, but it was about an airplane that for some reason it. I don't know who watched that movie, but the airplane was supposed to be airplane. Then when they got off the plane, I think 5 years had went by, but they're the same. They're the same.
Oh, I used to watch that show on Netflix. I love that
Oh, did
thing.
so they had like one episode when the guy, it was something he had to do, but he had to go back, right? and he had to like remember his father or mother, whomever. So, and then however how you put it, then he got peace. He went and like put, I think the sister passed away or something. So he had to go take back, it was something that she had. He had to bring it back to her and make peace with that.
And close that chapter.
Right. And get
Yeah.
closure. He never had that. Right.
Yep.
So
Yep.
again, you can't, so right about now, that's the journey he should be working on.
Yeah, that's the journey. That's the real journey. Because he has so much work to do in that area.
Yeah, because
That's his ticket to some peace.
that will give him the most peace and give him all the answers that he needs. Looking at all of this, that's helping him figure out what he been through, but he got to figure out what made him get there. And even when I spoke to him, said, I didn't think about that, and I don't know. Then I'll speak to people. Now you ain't got to speak to nothing. That's in your heart. You know what's missing. You know what's missing.
That baby
So
got so much work to do.
yeah, like I said, he's gonna have to, speak to her and
Yeah,
go
get your
back to
mind
where,
off that dude for a while.
go back to like her hometown or
Yeah.
the
Yep.
house or
Yep.
and just like get her picture and kiss
I'm
the
certain she
picture
has
or
some people
something.
still alive. Yeah, go talk to her cousins and you know what I mean?
Or
Yeah.
just get the pictures and
Hmm.
kiss a picture and I miss you. I love you. I love you. Why did you leave me? Why did you leave me? Like, sometimes you gotta get that out too. I
Yeah.
was just a little boy, you left me. And this is what happened to me when you're gone.
Hmm.
I said sometimes you got to get that out
You
too.
gotta get it out. You gotta get it out.
Not to saying that he has not. Like, remember, we're just saying because I'm going by what he say.
Yeah.
And like even when they was talking about stuff, they talk about the stepfather, then turn around, the father turned around and got married, had more kids. We don't know if he agreed
Yeah.
with that. We don't know if he agreed with
Yeah.
the stepmother and all this other stuff. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, because there's
A
something missing to have allowed even a young man. You were out of the military. You had gotten some training to let another man control your life to that degree, and you did not do anything about it. You didn't do anything about it. You got some backtracking to do, son. Shit. Erica Badu say you made a wrong turn back there somewhere. You know, not when you got to carbonation. You made a wrong turn back there somewhere.
Hold up. This is a old video. I'm trying to find the new one when they all was on Bigo. God dang it. Shit, where is it at? I'm gonna have to come back with that. I'm gonna have to come back. I'm gonna have to come back with that. But we're gonna listen to the rest of this. But you hit that on the nose, coffee.
Yeah, it
You
was
hit
bothering me.
that. Yeah, I'm glad,
Yeah.
and I'm glad you caught what I caught because now I
Yep.
know it's just not me.
Yep. It's
You
true.
and remember, I wasn't even listening, so I don't even
Uh-uh.
know what he said because I
Yep.
had to get up for a second. So when you
Yeah. I
said
had to
that,
make a note so I
I
wouldn't
just
forget.
came back down. I'm like, I said the same exact thing, and you caught it.
I feel it.
So now I'm gonna have to rewind it back a little bit to know what he said.
He just said it in passing. It wasn't even a big thing. I was just tuned into what he was talking about.
But you caught it
Yeah.
because I caught it, but it was another whole thing. So when you
Another
said that,
video.
I'm like, I know what I'm talking about because she
Yep.
just said the same thing.
Yep.
That something so big that you never realized would happen to you ever. You know, like you may look up one day and you are on the
Check this out. Check this out. Two things, bro. One, I realize how blessed I am is dependent upon how many I choose to count. I look at my legs, they working. My hands,
Yeah.
they working. My eyes, they working. My hair lined at the back of my head. You know what I'm saying? My skin ain't burnt. I'm not on drugs, bro. You are as blessed as many as you choose to count. And two,
Amen. Amen.
what I like to say, you said something that caught my attention, right? You said people need to listen. And what I like to say to people who like to tell people what they need to do, and this is not to be offensive, start it off. You started off. I think that identify what people need to do, we need to start it off, and we need to be that person we talking about. I mean, we used to say that in basketball. Start it off. Start it off. You started off then. If people need to do better, start it off. If people
Well,
need to eat better,
I will say
start
I've
it off.
started off. I started off.
Start it
I
off.
started off a lot of things, like
Start it
in
off.
terms of just like listening and speaking positivity into the world. That's me. You know, it's certain things that I really like. My passions are, you know, we talk. You know, when B does his politic panel, that's one of my deepest passions. You know, I get involved in those conversations because it's part of our life. You know, and I don't even like to call it government. I like to just call it life. You know, I like to, you know, I get very, very passionate too, as well. But I also respect mankind. You know, I'm not the one that's gonna do all sorts of crazy shit. You know, when it comes to listening, I'm the one that's gonna listen. I'm in a profession where I'm required to listen, quite frankly. Um, but listening to you, man, I admire your journey. I admire where you're going, and you know, big blessings to you. And but I do have one final question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nature Boy.
Mm-hmm. I
Y'all
refer
don't
to him
talk no
as
more. Y'all don't talk.
I refer to him as the cult leader since the case opened. The cult leader ain't nothing to talk about. I haven't said nothing to the cult leader since the day I left. As a matter of fact, September 27th made 1 year. There's nothing to talk about
Do
because
you do you think the people on you? Do you think the naysayers are those who?
Did it stop or do they continue?
I don't know. I haven't seen this one.
That's towards the end.
Sugar, I'm good. I'm good and behind, honey.
Oh, you won't get me no goddamn no, no, no. See, we're gonna leave that shit right there. And this is from Outspoken Royalty. Check out Outspoken Royalty. Well, we're gonna leave that right there. We ain't gonna leave the smoke right there.
And all the damn
But
copyrighted
we
music.
would definitely be back with more updates. I'm gonna catch another channel that's on right now. I'm gonna
Okay.
go on over there and see what's going on. And
Oh yeah, I saw that. We gotta catch up. We gotta
yeah, we're
catch up
gonna go
on that.
on over there and catch up.
Hmm.
Let's go on over there and catch up. And then after that finished, I'm gonna go on back over here and catch up. But the three setup sisters, I ain't forgot about you. It won't be no forget. I don't forget shit. It ain't go. It's gonna
No,
die down.
they didn't
It
open up
ain't
a
dying
can.
down.
They opened up a can of whoop. You know what?
And well, no, no, no. If you think I stayed on this for 6 or 7 years, I might stay on your ass for 6, 7 years. Huh.
I was eating my chili and crackers. That's why I wasn't talking.
Mm-mm.
It
I'm
was
gonna give you a buzz, B. And then I'm gonna go see what's going on over there because another guy is other content creator is live. I want to see what's going on. So we
all
be
right.
there
Let's go.
later because the video I thought I was going to show y'all if Nature Boy is in it, that means it's an old video. But I
Yeah.
did see they all was on Bigo. So I'm gonna see what's going on over there. So don't forget my replay game. Thank you. Hit like, subscribe, all that good stuff. We will be back. So get your straps ready because we gonna be on today. Damn it.